It is one thing to say, I have an idea. It is another thing to say, hey, I want to work on the idea. Like he was saying earlier on that so many people have ideas, and but not so many people actually work on those ideas. So those who actually take the courage to work on the ideas are those that are called entrepreneurs, and they are not usually many, right? So I'm used to this kind of numbers. In fact, this is the most impactful, numbers from my experience, because we'll be able to interact very closely, intimately, and enjoy ourselves. So, as rightly introduced, my name is Elijah, and um, I'm a faith-driven entrepreneur as well. But I'm a kind of entrepreneur that supports other entrepreneurs. So not that I have a business that is making a lot of money somewhere, but I have several businesses that I've supported that are making a lot of money. Do you understand? So my own job is, or my own calling is a kind of entrepreneur that supports other entrepreneurs. So collaborating with other entrepreneurs to actually build their businesses, right? In my space, they usually call us venture builder. Um, yeah, I've been doing that for about 7 years, and just helping people move from I don't even have an idea to a thriving business, right? So how do you move from I don't know what to even work on, I don't have any idea, right? To, oh, now I have an idea. Oh, now I have a well-refined idea. Oh, now I have my first customer. Oh, now I have my first 100 customer, my first 1,000 customer. Oh, now I'm making 100,000 naira. Oh, now I'm making $1 million, right? I have supported startups, businesses that are making, 1.5 million dollars in yearly revenue. I mean, one single startup actually, and then cumulatively, I've supported startups that, in the last 3 years, I've helped launch startups that are currently making, around $10 million in revenue. And so basically, what do we do for these companies? We just, again, help them gain clarity, right? Just exactly what this session is about. Clarity. Tell somebody beside you, say, clarity. I'm not hearing your voice now. Clarity. So that's the first step, right? If you have clarity on what you are working on, what you are supposed to build, and all of that, is the first step. So that's what we're going to deal with today. And that first step, which is going to also lead into the different other sessions that you'll be having throughout this boot camp, is what we call, value proposition, refining your value proposition. Can I have my slides up, please? So the refining or define your value proposition, right? So you can see I framed it, or it's framed in a way that starts with a verb, right? It's actionable, right? So that means that at the end of today, you should have a value proposition that is refined. If you don't, that means I've failed you, right, in this session, right? So my own success at the end of this next 51 hour is to ensure that you have a very clear value proposition, or at least you have a very clear understanding of the customer, or or you have a framework, because sometimes it requires research that you cannot actually do inside this room, right? But you have a framework of how to actually design a value proposition. Value proposition is your idea. Value proposition is your idea. Next slide. Value proposition is your idea. And I want you to think about your business in like 30 seconds. Just take a silence and just think about your business. How many of us have a business here that we are currently running? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But I have an idea. I've not started. Let me see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, not that I have an idea, but I'm exploring learning. Learning how to even come up with an idea to start a business. Let me see your hand up. One, two. Okay, so we have a mixed audience. So we have those who already are running businesses, those who have ideas but haven't started, and those who are exploring. So interesting. This is the right. This is the right, session for you. This is like the first step, the first baby step, and it's usually the hardest, right? It's the hardest in the entire process. Once you have clarity on this first step, the rest will be very easy, right? Or it will be easier. Of course, entrepreneurship journey is always very hard, like everything, like end to end is usually hard. But once you have that foundational clarity, it becomes easier over time. So think about your business for 30 seconds. And then if you are to speak to a customer on WhatsApp today, for those who have a business and for those who even have an idea, I'm sure you have an idea of what you want to sell, right? So if you're to think about a WhatsApp message to send to a customer on WhatsApp now, right? What would that message be in a way that within 10 seconds, the customer will reply how much? Like something you can type, something you can tell a customer now that will make the customer within 10 seconds says, Oga, don't worry, just how much? You understand? Or Oga, take my money. Right? How many of us have been in such situation before? You are talking about your business and say, you know what, you are talking too much. How much is it? How many of us? Exactly. So that's what we are going to achieve at the end of this. You are going to have a clear message that you can pitch anytime. You can tell customers anytime. And then they get it once and for all. They get it and they are able to, understand what you are trying to pitch to them. They can relate with it. So I want you to scan this code or just go to the link if you can see the link. Scan the code and fill the Google. Just, within in less than 30 seconds, you are done. You just to put your name and then write out a WhatsApp message that will make your customer reply how much in 10 seconds. And if you don't have an idea yet, I'm sure you have an industry area that you are, or a problem area that you are looking to solve, even out of your exploration. It might not be what you will work on eventually, but just for the sake of this session, come up with something to practice with, right? Think of something you've played with in the past, an idea you've played with in the past, and say, if you want to sell to a customer now, what would your message be? A message that will make them reply in 10 seconds. So I'm going to give you like 30 seconds to do that. Are you able to scan the code? Okay, you can write it inside your notes. You can ask it. If you are not able to fill the form, you can write it down and maybe tell me later because I'm going to ask you. Feel free to ask me a question if you don't understand the exercise. Your business could be anything. Your idea could be anything. It doesn't matter. And if you run a business where you normally don't engage your customers via WhatsApp, it's just an exercise. Think of what you will tell them, even if you are in front of them physically. within 10 seconds, and they were like, you know what? How much is that in? Or how much is your service? Or how much is your product? I want to buy. Okay. I've submitted the form. Let me see your hand up. Great. One. Okay. So let's give more 30 seconds. You have it written down already, right? Yeah. Okay. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. That's seconds. Okay. I've submitted. Let me see your hand up. Okay, many of us are still thinking about it. Don't worry about accuracy. Just feel free to submit it. It's not a pitch, right? It's not a pitch yet. Your pitch session is completely different, right? This is, we're trying to gain clarity together. As a matter of fact, I will expect the winner of the pitch to be from this room, right? Definitely, I'm very sure of that, 100% sure that the winner of that pitch is going to come from this room, because the level of clarity or confidence you're going to display while you're pitching your idea or you're pitching your business is going to be different from someone who might not have an understanding of these things. Okay, so I think we can move ahead because of time, right? Please ensure you submit the form. Again, it's not a pitch, it's just for the sake of learning. We're going to refer to it later. My next slide. So value proposition is not what your business does, right? Is if you are in front of a customer today, your customer is asking you, what you can do for me? What can you do for me? You understand? What can you do for me specifically? Specifically, me in front of you, I'm a customer. What can you do for me? So, and thank God we are sitting close to ourselves. So exercise 2 is to face the person beside you and imagine the person is your customer. And feel free, again, for those who don't have or you are still exploring, again, just come up with something you've been playing with in the past. So face the person beside you and imagine they are your customer. Tell them this is what my ideal customer is, right? And then pitch your idea to them. I mean, tell them, how you want to help them, right? Tell them what your business offers to them. And exchange, you do for her, and then she does it for you as well. So once you are done, what you do next is now you tell yourself, if both of you truly understand what you've shared with yourself. Do you get the exercise? I don't get the exercise. Let me see your hand. Okay, I will explain again. So just find somebody now. Find somebody to face, right? Find somebody to face. It's not supposed to be a lecture, right? So again, remember what I said earlier. We are to work together to gain clarity at the end of the day. So it's not a lecture. Or do I look like a lecturer? No, I'm not a lecturer. So it's a workshop. It's a simple workshop for us to. At the end of the day, you don't want to hear me just talk, and then we just leave. We want to achieve something out of the session. So I want you to pair yourself up. So you both are sitting beside each other. You're sitting beside each other. Sitting beside each other. So face somebody. Just find somebody. Face somebody. We are too cool. I'm not feeling the entrepreneurial spirit. Entrepreneurs are usually very energetic. So show me the energy. Show me the energy. So find somebody you can speak to one-on-one. Who is the person you'll be facing? So you can face the person at the back. Right? So the next thing you want to do is you want to, within 1 minute, you want to tell the person, you are my ideal customer and this is what your profile looks like. For instance, if I'm a tailor, it could be that I'm serving, coppers, right? So you tell the person, now you are copper. Oh. You are my ideal customer. This is what I am selling you. This is what I'm offering to you. Do you understand? And then the person will do the same. That, oh, you are a, you are what other example can I use now? So you are a techie. You are a tech entrepreneur. You buy data a lot, right? So I sell data. So you tell the person what you are offering them. And so you just exchange within 1 minute. And at the end of the day, I want to hear from you how clear your partner is, or, and then the person will also talk about you as well. So quickly, the time starts now. I don't understand. Let me see your hand up. Okay, so we all understand. Thank you. So I have two groups done. If you are done, let me see your hand up. Okay. Four groups. So we have to run fast as well. So we can let's stop now. So you're going to share with us very quickly on a scale of 1 to 5. Uh, how would you rate your understanding about what she's doing? And then if you're to describe what she's doing in like 1 or 2 words, what would that be?
She sells jewelries. Yes. Yeah, I understand.
So you are rating her 5 over 5.
Okay, it's into cleaning. It's into cleaning services. It cleans everything basically, your homes, wherever, whatever it is.
So you understand what it does?
Yes, I do.
5 over 5. Okay. Like, does that speak to you as a customer?
Yeah, it does because he even went into the equipment they use in
Okay.
cleaning, the cleaning agents, and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. You can pass the mic to the back. So let's hear from you. Talk about your partner. Rate your partner.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Or
He,
maybe something that we missed actually, so that at least I also get to know you better, is sharing your name. So I'll ask you of your names later. So tell us your name and then, what you learned from him.
okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name
Yeah.
is Choice. My partner
Okay.
his name is Joshua.
Okay.
So basically, he's into waste products. He collects waste products and turns them into valuables
Okay.
like nylon, bags. So what he says is that, okay, for example, if I order food or drinks, I can donate the waste products or sell it to him through a website that he's creating to make it easier for the waste products to get to him. So
Okay.
probably someone comes to collect it and gets it to him. So that's
Okay.
so I
Thank you.
probably get paid for giving him my.
So you are rating your understanding of that business 5/5. Okay, next person. No, no, talk. You.
She is okay. She doesn't have a business yet.
Okay.
But she's trying to learn. This
Okay.
would go.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Toke.
By the way, what's your name? Joshua. Okay.
My name is Toke.
Okay.
My partner is going into farming,
Okay.
cassava farming. So, anyway, he says that he's open for investors that would probably put in 20% and get 40% back in maybe a year or more. And what else? That's basically it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Joseph.
Okay.
For my partner, she has a future idea that she wants to go into, which is farm business.
Palm what?
Farm business.
Palm
Palm
business.
oil
Palm oil business. Okay.
Yeah, so basically what she talked about is quality and cost optimization, basically. So
Okay.
we want to sell quality palm oil and also have a benchmark for the cost, which is not more than the market index.
Okay. Pass the mic. Sorry. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Oluwatimile
Okay.
and my partner's name is Nelson. So he's into printing.
I'm not sure. Can you increase your volume?
He's into printing, like he creates customized tees, caps,
Okay.
face caps for events. That's basically.
Customized wares.
Yes, customized wears.
Okay.
Face caps.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Onyekachi. Okay, so my partner here, she deals with fragrance.
Fragrance. Okay.
Yeah, a perfumer. She, told me something that tells people about you even before you start talking.
Okay.
Understand? So it makes you have that moment, you're good and you're fine, and
Okay.
that's yeah.
Okay. Before you even start talking, your fragrance
Yeah.
is already speaking for you.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
So
Who did you speak to? Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Sunday.
Okay.
My partner is into presentations, putting your words in presentations, digitizing your company, kind of creating logos, publicizing it.
Okay.
Just making your company to the limelight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so he does a couple of things. Aside from being a network engineer, he's also a musician.
Okay.
And so he sings. So like, I know that, okay, if I have a wedding, I can call him, or if I'm talking to someone, because I also compare events. So if I'm talking to someone that needs, a live band person, I can call him.
Okay. So you will sing for us after this session.
My name is Angela Lua, and my partners, because yeah, too. So my partner here makes clothes.
Okay.
She does ready to wears and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and she also makes clothes as well. She's a designer.
Okay. Interesting. So you want to share? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My partner.
Your name?
Okay, my name is Mercy.
Okay.
My partner does content creating.
Okay.
She creates content for individuals and firms. So already connected. She already sold herself to me, and
So you are going to buy?
Yes.
You're going to buy from her?
I'm going to buy her content.
Good though. You made a customer from this meeting.
Yeah.
So what's my commission? All right. Thank you. Do you want to share as well? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Interesting businesses and interesting ideas as well. But I also noticed that we're all doing something. We're telling ourselves what we do. Do you understand? Right? And specifically, we wanted us to break it down up to the level of if I'm your customer, I'm in front of you right now. What exactly is one thing you're going to tell me? One thing you're going to tell me that will make me say, hey, wow, I want to buy. What is that thing you're going to tell me that, just, directly touch me? Do you understand? Directly can move my hand magically like this and put my hand in my pocket. Or can move my hand magically and put my hand on my phone and say, what is your account number? Do you understand? So that's the level of clarity. But again, it's interesting at least to us to get to know what we are working on and how do we move past that stage and then be able to, really share, more specifically, what exactly is our value proposition. So the graduation we want to do now is to graduate from, just telling people what we do, to what uniquely are we offering our customers. Do you understand? I sing, is different from, I helped you save, say, 70% of your musical costs at your wedding, right? Like, I'm just, that's an example of specifically what are you going to offer me? Because there are millions of people out there that also sing. You understand? I bake, right? That is what you do. But what are you going to offer me? So that's the graduation we want to do right now. And that exactly is how you win customers. So you don't just tell customers, I bake cakes, I do a couple of things, I do several things. Do you understand? So next slide, please. So there is a simple framework that we're going to, quickly walk through to guide our thought process as we move, through this session. And then what we're going to do now is, walk through this framework. And at the end of the day, compared to what you shared with your partner earlier and what you submitted via the Google form, you will have something far, far better, right? And then the first thing you do is understanding specifically. And this is where people have the most problem, right? When you tell them, who exactly do you serve, right? They can tell you, oh, youth in Nigeria. Do you understand? They can tell you, oh, I serve females in Lagos, right? Oh, I serve any woman. I serve any woman as long as they have hair. So I can help them make their hair. Do you understand? Oh, anybody that is doing birthday, right? Anybody that is doing birthday as long as they are celebrating. Are we here with me? Yeah. So that's what most people say, right? So we're going to understand the strong framework, that is a strong pitch. How do you move from what you've just shared to a stronger pitch, right? And that is who you serve, the task they're trying to perform, and what is the roadblock? What exactly is blocking them from pursuing that task? And what are the alternative ways they are going about it? And what is wrong with that alternative and your own game plan? Don't worry, we're going to walk through it, very carefully. But just remember, strong. Tell somebody beside you, say strong. I'm not hearing you clearly. Strong. You want to make your pitch stronger. So let's take, for instance, this business. Next slide. This business, Madewa business. By the way, this is an idea somebody pitched to me recently that he wants to, do. So I'm going to share somebody's ideas because we are Central, we don't care about. So we always share ideas. There's nothing like, because ideas are cheap, right? So it's those who can execute. At the end of the day, by the time I share with you, you can go ahead and implement. As a matter of fact, it's even maybe a big opportunity that even if we have so many people doing it, right, you're still going to make your money, right? So, but usually in entrepreneurship, ideas are cheap. So throughout the session today, feel free to share. Don't hold back. Don't say, hey, no, I don't want to Because see, at the end of the day, you know how many ideas I've had in my life? I deal with entrepreneurs every day. So and I hear a lot of ideas. But I've never executed any of them. And these are ideas that are, multi-million dollar ideas that potentially. So, but it's all about who can execute. Do I have the time? Do I have the resources? Do I even have the motivation and the spirit to actually, execute it? So this is Madewa. I'm going to describe it very roughly throughout. But again, this is potentially something that might, maybe, I don't know. I've not done any research, but we're going to use it as an example. So they provide, Madewa is a soup vendor for singles in Ikeja. Let's use Ikeja GRA. Ikeja GRA will probably have the kind of people that Madewa can serve. Again, don't forget, soup vendors. I'm a soup vendor for singles in Ikeja. Next slide. And so, but by the way, that means, they will give you soup pots, soup packages, and deliver it to your house and all of that. But we understand that business better now. So using this strong framework, so what we want to do is to analyze this business and get it to a point where it has a very strong pitch. And as we're walking through the process, you also want to be thinking about your own business, because I'm going to ask you to apply it to your home business and come up with something better. So, who is Madewa serving? From what I described earlier, the person that were serving singles in Ikeja, right? Are we here with me? If you are here, let me see your hand up. You are not here. If you are here, let me see your hand up again. Okay, great. Who do you serve? And again, it's easy to say, I serve anybody that needs cake. I mean, if you need cake, just reach out to me. Do you understand? But the way you think about who do you serve, do you get very specific? The reason why you need to be very specific is so that you understand how to actually serve them. The people you don't know, you can't serve them. Do you understand? If you don't understand their psychology very well, the way they think, the way they do things, you cannot actually win them over. So don't just say anybody that needs cake. Who can you reach now? Who can you reach tomorrow? Do you understand? You can see that proximity, right? Madewa is saying that I can reach singles living inside Ikeja GRA who work Monday to Friday with no time to what? To cook. You can see that level of, you can see it's very, very, clear who exactly we are dealing with. Do you understand? Compared to saying, oh, I serve singles. By the way, when I say singles, I mean those who are yet to marry. So we are on the same page. Instead of saying, I serve singles, he says, no, yes, because there are singles everywhere. Like, there are singles everywhere. Can I reach those, singles everywhere? No, who can I reach? Singles living inside Ikeja GRA. They work Monday to Friday with no time to cook. In fact, they don't want to cook. Why? Because most of them probably don't know how to cook. By the way, most singles don't know how to cook. Right? Or don't know how to cook well. Eh? You say we are just, some people genuinely don't know how to cook. Right? Like that man behind, right? So some people genuinely just don't know how to cook. Even though they want to try, right? They will try to cook what they will not be able to eat, right? So these are the kind of people Madewa is targeting within Ikeja GRA. They work Monday to Friday, Monday to Saturday. They don't have time. So put that in your mind. So next slide. Now, task. For a customer to come to you and say they want to buy this, there's something they are trying to achieve ultimately. Do you understand what I'm saying? Music, you serve people who are trying to, do weddings and all of that, right? Now, at the end of the day, when they come to you, that they need your service to come sing for them, right? There's something they are trying to achieve at the end of the day. Do you understand? Sometimes it's not even what they are paying you for. Like, it's not even the music itself, right? It's not the cake itself, right? Somebody who is buying cake is probably looking to appreciate somebody. Do you understand? Celebrate somebody. That is the ultimate goal that they are trying to achieve at the end of the day. So what tax is, this section is for you to identify what is the ultimate goal. What are they trying to achieve? Do you understand? In the case of Madewa, we say they want what? They want to get dinner after work without cooking. You understand? They always try to get dinner after work. But they don't want to cook. Do you understand? I don't want to cook. I just want to get dinner after work. That is what they are trying to do. Again, don't forget we started from understanding the who. Are you here with me? And how do you know the who? The people that you can directly, immediately, now start serving. Not everybody. But those who you can, out of this meeting right now, you can immediately reach and start serving. So that's one you focus on first. Later on, you can focus on everybody. But first, for you to have clarity on what you are doing, clarity on what you are building, you need to focus on a specific segment that you can immediately reach. Then second thing is identify what they are trying to what? Do. Are you here with me? I'm not hearing you. I want you to make me feel like I'm in the presence of entrepreneurs, right? So I usually hear like, wow, yes! That's what I want to be hearing. Yeah, because you need that energy. Entrepreneurs face a lot of the rejections, a lot of, problems out there. You will meet clients, the clients you've been expecting that, and then suddenly how do you pump yourself up? Right? How do you say, you know what? I'm going to make it. Do you understand? How do you dust your file, you are negotiating, a customer is not agreeing with that, 70% offer that you've already given, and then you just can't go beyond that. How do you say, you know what? I'm good. You need to be very energetic. You need to be one of the most enthusiastic person. Right? You need to be your own motivator. Don't expect external ginger. Don't expect external charge. Ginger yourself. If you can't ginger yourself, you can't be an entrepreneur. Right? So what are they trying to do? Madewa is trying to get those who are trying to get dinner after work, but they don't want to cook. So let's move forward, please. Now, after identifying what they are trying to do, you see, again, this is something a lot of people struggle with. See, if you can understand this simple framework I'm sharing, are you here with me? Like, the level of clarity, you understand your business. You understand what you are doing at the end of the day. You understand who you are serving, how you're supposed to serve them. Many times we solve what is called symptoms, right? In entrepreneurship, there's something we call symptoms problem. Problems that are at the surface. So this is a kind of framework that helps you get to the root of the problem. Because what customers pay for is the root, helping them solve the root problem, not the surface problem. Now, you've identified what they are trying to do. Now, what is stopping them from doing that thing? That's the next question you want to ask yourself. What is stopping them from achieving it? What brings about difficulties? What is that thing that makes the entire process of trying to do that task very, very difficult for them? The roadblock. In this case, can we read what Madewa is saying? Can you read what Madewa is saying? Can we relate with that? Yeah? You work Monday to Saturday. You just don't want to cook. And so, but you are trying to also get dinner at the end of the day and eat. But there's always something that is stopping you to do that. you are stuck in traffic, most times maybe till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the night. Then you get off. I mean, you probably you get to the market, but those women are no longer available, right? And so you are just always stuck in traffic almost every day without so much time to even think of God. You get inside, you are so tired to even go out. That's the roadblock. Do you understand? So think, the task that my customer is trying to do, what exactly is blocking them to doing that? Because that's where you will come in. Do you understand? That is where you will come in. So let's move to the next slide. There's always a workaround. And you know, in Nigeria, we are very good at, finding alternatives. Right? Are we here with me? If you are here, let me see your hand up. Great. So we always have a way of trying to find alternatives. Alternatives. Your customers are looking for alternatives. So there is something that is blocking them in achieving what they are trying to achieve. That wedding that they are trying to plan to get good music for, there's something blocking that. Probably it's price, it's cost. They want good music, but they cannot afford, something expensive, right? Do you understand my point? Now, but there's always a workaround. A workaround could be that, I have Tunde from my uncle's side who can sing very well. Let me call him to come and sing for us. Do you understand? That's an alternative. That's a workaround. In this case, you guys can relate with this now. Please, can you read Madewa's case to me? Again, we are getting cool again. We're getting cool again. Can we read louder? Great. We can relate with that, right? You get home in the night and say, okay, whoa, is there noodles there? You put them inside fire. Pra, 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 pra. Do you understand? But what is happening, you are not eating, healthy food, right? We will get there now. So this is where you will now come in now. Are we getting the point? Don't forget the who, right? That person that you can reach, today, tomorrow. Not everybody. The person that you can immediately reach today, tomorrow. What are they trying to do, right? We figured that out, right? Next is that what is blocking them in doing that task, right? Now, next in is how are they, finding out, how are they working around that situation? There's always a workaround, right? How are they working around that situation? Then the next thing is, next slide, please. The next thing is, what is wrong without workarounds? Tell somebody beside you, what is wrong without workaround? That is exactly the problem you want to solve for your customer. Are we here with me? That's exactly the problem you want to solve for your customer. That is the root problem. That is the what? The root problem. And in this case, can we read it? Imagine this 50. We can relate with that, right? So you order today, you order tomorrow, you order. Before you know, in a whole week, you spend 50K. Do you understand? And on top of your 50K, you are not eating healthy. Do you understand? We are distracted though. Are we here with me? If you are here with me, clap for Jesus. Right? So 50K, you spend 50K in a week, and you are still not healthy. Right? And you feel drained as well. Always tired. Right? Waiting for delivery guys or trying to cook. That exactly is the problem Madewa is trying to solve for singles in Ikeja GRA. Do you understand? Not that, hey, they just need food. Do you get it? No, they don't need food. This is their problem. Not that, I can cook better soups. I believe people will like it. No, they will not like it. This is their problem. Are you getting the point? This is their problem. And this is the problem you want to solve. Next slide, please. So solving that problem is your own game plan. So the question you want to ask yourself is, what is my own solution to that problem? So I'm going to give you like 1 minute, very fast. So you are going to pick it from, the S, right? The T, the R, the O, the N, and then we'll come back to the G, right? Who can tell me, you can just summarize that framework for me, like in 30 seconds. Right? Somebody's talking. Serve, okay. Okay, you can take my mic.
Serve, task. What's the R again? Is that? Roadblock. The O is ongoing. Ongoing workaround. Then the N is the not okay.
Okay.
Then the G is
game plan.
Thank you.
Serve, task, right? Roadblock, right? Ongoing workaround, right? Then what? Not okay. Not okay cost. I think we missed that, right? No, please go back. Okay, we treated that. So then the next is your what? Your game plan. Who are we trying to who can we reach tomorrow, today? And what exactly are they trying to get done? What is stopping them from doing that thing? How are they working around it? What is their trick and, hacks around that thing? Now, the question you now want to ask yourself as an entrepreneur, if they have alternatives today, then what is my own business with them? Or why should they listen to me? Are we getting it now? That's your value proposition, though. We started from, yes, these are the people, they are trying to do something, but they have a problem trying to do that thing. Do you understand? But they have alternatives. Everybody you are trying to have an alternative way they are trying to solve their problem. That problem that you are trying to solve for a customer, there is an existing alternative. There is an existing workaround. Do you understand? Your own question, the biggest question you now want to ask yourself is that, what is wrong with that alternative? Do you understand? What is wrong with that alternative? And that's where you are coming in. And that is your value proposition. That is your unique selling point. Because they are trying to solve a problem today, and they are having issue even with all the alternatives that they are using, but you have a better solution. Do you get it now? So write it down. What is wrong with the alternatives that your customers are currently using today? One thing, two things, three things that you believe is not, okay, right? Maybe it's stressful, it costs them more money. In the case of those Madewa is trying to serve, they are spending 50K every week on food, but still not eating healthy. Also, at the end of the day, they are stressed, drained, even though they have an alternative. The alternative way is that they just pack noodles every night, put on fire, and eat, right? So think of it. What is one or two alternatives that your customers use today, and what is wrong with that alternative? Now, your own job now as an entrepreneur is to now find a way to solve that thing that is wrong with that alternatives. Are we here with me? Are we enjoying it? Are you sure? So that is our game plan. That is our game plan. So can we read Madewa's game plan? We are not all reading now. Oh yeah, now let's start again. How does it feel? Huh? It feels like a game plan, right? It feels like if you tell me this on WhatsApp, can you go back to that game plan? If it feels like if you tell me this on WhatsApp, I'll like, okay, Oga, yes. Let's talk. Do you understand? But how do we achieve this thing? How do you achieve this level of clarity, this level of, by walking through the process? But there's something about, this particular statement that we need to know. Any value, next slide please, any value that you cannot quantify, any value that you cannot quantify, it is hard to pay for it. So if you cannot measure it, it is hard to pay for it. But let's see some examples very quick. So this is a bad example of how to describe your customers, how to describe your business. We sell shoes. Next is the better way is we sell, sorry, let me read from here. So we sell shoes. Next is we sell affordable shoes. Sorry, please go back to the slide. Previous slide. Yes, we sell shoes. A better way to put that is we sell affordable shoes for kids. It's getting better, right? The best one is to say, for mothers in Yaba that usually replace torn school shoes every term, we deliver 2-term durable shoes in 24 hours. We've sold 1,200 pairs, and there is free size swap. If you share that with specifically mothers that have kids in Yaba, the level of attention they will give to you will be more than if you tell them that we are selling shoes for kids. Do you understand? Because that will grab their attention. There is specific thing you are offering to them. Are we here with me? Now, another example, next slide, is we sell soup. Another example, please. Next slide. We sell soup. Sell soup. I think that was the previous slide. We sell soup. This is Madewa now. We sell soup. A better way to put it would be, we cook soup for singles. But the best way to describe it is what? For singles in Ikeja, Jari, who work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. We deliver weekly soup packages that last the entire week. We are currently serving 120 singles in Ikeja, Jari, and they've rated us 4.8 star. Do you understand? You believe that if you share that with specifically to singles that fit that specific category, if you share that with them, they will give you better attention, right? Right? They will reason with you. They will see it. They will feel it. They can quantify. They can measure what you are trying to give to them. That is value proposition. Let's see another example. Next slide, please. Next slide. We sell clothes. A better way, I make affordable gowns for students. A more specific way to say it is that for new coppers in Yanopaja, new coppers that are coming into Yanopaja, that are needing khakis, fitted khakis, I delivered tailored wear in 48 hours with free first adjustment. I've currently served 320 coppers within this environment, and they've rated me 4.7 star. I mean, this is just an example. But you can feel it, right? You can measure it. You can see it. It's different from saying, oh, I make clothes for coppers. That is what your business does. But what do you offer? Right? That one in the middle is what your business does. But if a customer say, what exactly do you offer me? Right? That is what is under best. That is what you offer customers. This is what your business does. And I think we can see one quick example, maybe using a very familiar, we all know Money Points, right? Abi? So maybe when Money Point was starting, it says, a bad way to describe themselves, say, we do POS transfers. Are we here with me? A better way to put it is, we provide fast POS transfers for traders. Right? If a customer is now asking them more specifically, for market traders in mile 12, that's who, those are the people. Don't forget, those people you can reach now, today. Of course, you know Money Point is everywhere today. As a matter of fact, if we remove Money Point from Nigerian streets, I think we'll be back to 2010, right? Do you agree with me? If you remove Money Point from our streets, we'll be back to 2010, oh. There is what? There is what? My point is that the likes of Money Points, right? So it could be OPay as well. I know there are like a lot of them. But if you remove those kind of services from our streets, immediately we will return to 2010. Carrying cash up and down, right? I can't remember the last time I even put cash in my pocket. Do you understand? So that is so. But then when they were starting, they probably started from a single market. They targeted mile 12. You know, mile 12 is also a big market. They had mile 12 and say, for traders inside mile 12, I don't have business with other traders for now. These traders, I want to help them. They usually have failed POS transfers multiple times. But what I am guaranteeing them for, what I'm providing them today is payments within 30 seconds, transfers within 30 seconds. And from all the transactions we've done so far, there is 97% uptime. And then, in fact, for your first 5,000 transfer, I'll give you for free. That is telling those traders exactly what you offer them. Do you get it now? So there's a difference between what you do as a business and what exactly do you offer. If you say what you do, I bake cakes, I sing at events, those are things that you do. But what do you offer customers specifically? That is what we are dealing with here. But one thing that you probably notice from the few examples I've shared now, who can tell me one pattern you notice? One pattern you notice from the few examples I just gave? Yeah? They are specific. They have a target audience. They have something attractive like a magnet, right? Customers can relate easily with it. They have a what? A selling point. Any other thing? More importantly is that the entire value that they are trying to give to me is measurable. Say measurable. No, I want to hear it very loud. Measurable. Because if there is one thing you should get from this session, is that whatever you are offering those customers must be measurable. Do you understand? You can measure it, you can feel it, you can see it. Next slide, please. You can see it. You can see it, you can feel it. Next slide, please. Value is not real value if it cannot be what? Seen and what? Felt in numbers. So I'm giving you a secret now. How people usually, those things that you see in advertisement that attract you, these are tricks that they use in the back end, right? They want you to be able to see the before and after. Ask yourself, what is the before and after of my offering to my customer? Do you understand? That before and after must be measurable. We should be able to quantify it. We should be able to put it in numbers. 24 hours faster. Do you understand? And this is one thing you will do quickly. I don't know how much time I have left. Please, I need somebody to be giving me my time, the remaining time, so that I can also work with it. So I need us to do something very quickly. Next slide, please. There are many, when I was listening to you earlier, there are so many vague, words that we normally use, right? Like, my service is faster, right? That does not mean anything to a customer. What do you mean by faster? How can we feel it and see it? Do you understand? You want to what? You have a question, please go ahead.
All right, so my question is, we're talking about unique selling points and measuring what you're offering in numbers, right? What happens when you're a new business and you don't have any customer base at all? You're just coming out. So you don't have the numbers yet, obviously, right? So how do you convince your early adopters? Let me put it that way.
I mean, that's why there is a need for, and again, the numbers you are talking about is, if I say I'm moving this customer from A position to B position, from a position to a better position, that customer should be able to, measure that impact. That is the number we're talking about. We're not talking about how many customers you already serve. We're not talking about how many, what's the impact of impact of your service across all the customers you serve. We're talking about, even at idea stage, I want to go and serve a segment of customer. What will be a way for them to be able to measure my offering? What am I offering them? And how can that be measured? Do you understand? I want you to quickly, go to this page. It's a Google Doc, a simple Google Doc. You will see a list of many vague words that we usually use and a better way to put them. How many of us are on the document? Let me see your hand up if you're on the document. Okay, great. You came late. So basically what we're trying to do, we are trying to refine, what we offer customers, right? And in a way that is measurable, which is what we define as our value proposition, right? So if you are offering a specific set of customers, not everybody, specific set of customers, it's particular service, you should be able to measure how you are taking them from a position to a better position. So what we are trying to do now is that there is a document inside this QR code that has a list of, the kind of vague words that we normally use to describe our businesses and a better way to use them. Do you understand? So what I'm going to ask you to do very quick is identify 3 words that you normally use to describe your business that is not quantifiable, and how you will change it moving forward. The list is very long. I think I have about 50 items there. Sorry, how many time do I have left? Okay. Are we seeing it? You can see it, right? Have you identified like 3 words? 3 words. It might not be on the list. It could be, those are just example. It could be anything. Something that, a word that you normally use to describe your business that you know that is not quantifiable. There's no way to know there's no way to measure the impact. Example, let me see a few quick examples. So like I said earlier, I'm only seeing 4 people on the document. So are we all there? So for instance, you see people use the word fast. My service is fast, right? So instead of using the word fast, you say, I deliver in 30 minutes. What is the meaning of that? It is what? Measurable. It is quantifiable. Do you understand now? I can feel it. I can see it. Instead of saying, my service is affordable, we say that a lot. What do you mean by affordable? 7,500 with free swap, right? That is measurable. It is clear. It is specific. When you say, my service is reliable, it's far more reliable than the competitors, it doesn't tell customers anything. Do you understand? Because you are the only one that understands the meaning of reliable in that case. They don't understand reliable in that case. What do you tell them? Oh, my service has 97% uptime. Do you understand? That way, that service is what? Measurable. Are we getting the point? Another example could be, oh, my service is more quality than this. No, you are not the one to tell us if it's more quality than the other services. How? Right? Oh, there are 300 people that have used the service and see the rating. Do you understand? So that way, there is a proof. Something is measurable there. So have you identified 3 words? I have 3 words that are usually vague in describing my business. Let me see your hand up. Let me see your hand up. Great. So what you will do, because of time, we don't have time, we'll have spent time to actually, analyze those things very well. But what you do is that you jot them down, you just write them down and tell yourself, how am I going to modify it? How am I going to change it from just that single, word that doesn't say anything to anybody to something that says something to anybody? But let's hear one person's example. So, sister, what's your name?
My name is Temindayo. I'm a hairstylist. My name is Temindayo. I'm a hairstylist, and I sell quality. That's one of the words. I sell quality and affordable wigs, and I'm very reliable. And on my hair too, we do quality job, like professional.
All these things you are saying,
yes.
It doesn't mean anything to all of us, Abby. so tell us the real thing that we need something for us.
Okay, so, I show reviews for those customers that have bought, those successful. I have like 100 or more.
Great, that's a great number.
Yeah.
100 customers that you serve.
Yes.
Giving you reviews.
Yes.
Right, so what's your review rate right now?
They always get quality, so they appreciate.
So like, quantification, numbers.
Numbers. Okay, for review. Okay, let me say maybe like 50 plus.
Okay, they usually rate you like 50% upward.
Yes.
Right. Okay, good. So how would you describe your business now without using the word it is it is quality, it is reliable, it is affordable?
I don't know. I still want to use the word quality.
I mean, again, it takes again, guys. It takes time. Do you understand? It takes time. I usually spend a lot of time to get to that level of clarity. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say that's why you need people like me that do communications marketing.
Why are you advertising? What? Don't advertise. You are not paying me now. You are advertising. So that's it. So you take time. When you get home today, spend time. Use that document. You will see multiple examples. Like I have about 50 examples there. So use that example to review, everything. Look at your business end to end. When I tell customers my service is affordable, what exactly do I mean? Right? How can a customer measure that affordability? When I say it is quality, what does that mean? Do you understand? Is it that when I do the hair, right, usually you will not feel pain more than less than like 1 hour or something? Like, just think about something that a number that your customers will hear and then you say, no, this is value here, right? Instead of saying I'm reliable, say once you book me like this, so within 15 minutes, we are done. Do you get the point? That is what I can feel, I can see, I can embrace it. It is not vague to me. Next slide, I think that's our final slide. You're going to have several other sessions. This is like the first, business sessions you are having.
Value proposition is not poetry. We're not just trying to play words game here. Do you understand? Abi, are we clear? Are we on the same page? We're not just trying to play words here. What are we trying to do? Value proposition is a promise that you must what? You must keep. Tell somebody you must keep it. Especially because we are Christians, right? So when we tell people something, right? We are not just the kind of marketers that we put big numbers, right, on the flyer just to what? Attract customers. Now, when the customers are now here, then it's a different story. Do you understand? So value proposition is not, we are not trying to do English language here. Value proposition is not English language. It's not game of words. What can I tell them? If I had 97, even though it's not 97, but let me put 97, right? So that because it will attract them. So it's not that poetry. It is what? It is a promise that if you use my service, this is the promise I'm giving to you, and I'm going to keep it. How you are going to keep that promise, the structure you are going to put in place, the system you are going to put in place, you are going to learn it later in the session where you are dealing with business model, where you are going to think about your cost. Do you understand? You are going to think about your human resources and everything that you need to put in place to keep this promise. So at the end of today, when you get home, or even before the end of this entire session, make sure you have something on paper, even if it is not clear yet, even if it is not accurate yet, just write it on paper. This is my promise. And again, don't forget, the promise must be what? Measurable. Right? Must be what? Measurable. I must be able to clearly see the before and after. Thank you so much. I don't know. Can we take 1-2 questions before I... Right? Okay. Thank you. All right, praise God.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much for enlightening us. Let me go straight to the point. I was getting my questions while you were teaching us about this strong whatever. So we're talking about the food part where some people find it hard to actually get something to eat before it's late night. And at the long run, we realized that I could pick something out that one of the alternatives that they have was that they were able to, I think they were ordering foods or they're having takeouts, and at the end of the week, they can finally spend about 50K, and where you're coming with an alternative of, making them spend less for a good quality or a quality service, let me put it like that. Okay, now, let me put my, this is a current situation I'm actually in right now. Right now, I really don't have a business per se, but I'm into music, and for shows like Burial, Name Me, weddings and co. So some people that know me actually refer me and we go. But one of the things there is that a lot of them, like what I wrote out here, I said, what's wrong with the alternative?
What's wrong with that alternative
that my customer is using?
Yes.
Now, many of the customers now, some of them actually, okay, for example, they might rent a hall of like a 1,500 capacity. Right now, what I'm saying is for this month, 1,500 capacity, and he wants a quality service, but he's not ready to pay that amount for that quality service. For example, a 1,500 capacity, I need good sound. I don't have a sound. I have to rent sound. I have to rent good instruments for a hall that's going to serve more. So instead of me getting just anyhow sound, I need to get people into music. They understand what I mean. Like 4 lines, 2 lines, 3 lines. I have to serve the audience well. And let me just wrap it up. To rent that sound will cost me nothing less than 500,000, 600,000 because it's going to serve a whole big hall. Now, he wants that service. Alternatively, they can either go for a low quality sound or hire a DJ. Do you understand? But now the challenge, they want me to get that job done with 400,000, whereby I'm actually going to get a quality sound for 500,000, and I've still not gotten a pay for my team. So I'm even telling him, okay, let me just do 700,000 so that my team can have a 200,000. Even if you are still going to do a spray or whatever, that cannot be measured because I can't depend on that. But at least at the end of the show, let me have something for my guys. But now they are forcing me now to get that stuff done with 400,000 naira. So
which does not work for your business.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to say something to that, sir? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I really enjoyed the class.
Thank you.
What he said earlier on has answered your question. Everybody cannot be your customer. You don't bring down your value because you are desperate to take the job or the service. You can give them what is affordable. You define your customers. It's just like when you're running a school, for instance. You don't, because you want to get all the children in the neighborhood to your school, and you bring the quality low. By that, you play yourself out of the business. But when you define who your customers are, your targeted customers, give them what they want. Even if it's expensive, give them the value. The people that will come for you will know that if you want this value, if you want this level of quality, they know where to go to, and they will come to you. Otherwise, you mess up the business.
Thank you, sir. Please, let's clap for our daddy. Yeah, that was a great answer, and of course, a great question as well. Yes, you start with the people you want to serve. But we're also going to, there's a session on business model, structuring, that we are going to learn later in the session, where you are going to now bring in this value proposition, right? And then you begin to structure it out. How can I actually keep it? Now, if I begin to measure my cost, because again, there's also a lot of back-end work to even come up with your promise at the end of the day, right? What is the best cost that can get this service, I can deliver this service to someone, right? What do I need to put together to be able to deliver this value proposition? Now, this is the baseline. I can't do less than 600,000 naira. 600,000 naira is the least amount I can do. Else, I'm going to short myself, right? I'm not going to be in business. I'll probably be like I'm doing being an NGO, right? So what you now do is that who are those that can afford that? Do you understand? Or instead of working backward, you work from the start. That who can I serve, right? And then what is the best way to serve them? Walking through this entire process of who are they? What are they trying to achieve, right? What is blocking them in achieving that? For instance, these particular people you described, they are a segment of customer. They want quality service like all the gym inside the hall, but they cannot pay for it, right? So affordability is an issue for them. So that's a roadblocker for them in achieving that thing. But there is a way they are trying to achieve that. So if you think about it as a music expert, you say, if I want to achieve a very quality music in this hall today, and then your service, I can't afford your service. There's a way probably engineers will have to tweak some things, or maybe move shares forward. Do you understand? Or do something that ensures that at least we still get, some decent level of quality, even with the amount of money we have. Do you understand? Your own question will now be, what is wrong with that alternative? That they're all the, rule to the answer that they are trying to do. And that's the problem you're trying to solve, if that is your target customer. Again, this is something that you can't, get all of this in one sitting. You need to do more research. And then by the time we are entering other sessions in this boot, that's the reason why you need to stay to the end of this boot camp, right? By the time we are entering other sessions, you begin to see how you can even structure your business to be able to keep the promise at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think okay, one more question, one final question.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Akola Emmanuel. My question is, there are some people that, not that they cannot afford it, but the quality, as in, let me say, the brand, because there are some brand that they have known already, like the liquid soda I'm talking about. Okay. I used to go to people, big people, not people that cannot afford it. Okay. Go to people that
You sell soaps, right?
Yeah, I sell soaps.
Like what kind of soap?
Liquid soaps.
Liquid soap for
Shiny
what?
liquid soap
Is it
for
for washing?
car. Yeah,
Okay, for washing cars.
For washing cars. That
What
for
kind of
laundries.
cars? Like any cars, right?
Yeah, any cars.
Okay.
For laundries.
So who do you serve?
So
when you say big people, what do you mean by big people?
Car owners.
Because I'm also
Yes,
and we are all big people
car
too.
yes, sir. No, I sell soaps to car owners.
Right.
To car owners and laundrers.
Yeah,
people that
many
are
of
doing
us
laundry.
have cars here, right? So again, that's something that's the essence of this session.
Yes, sir.
So you have to go further and further, right?
So if I tell them that I have liquid soap, they will tell no. I use Money Fresh. I use Good Mama.
Okay.
So I used to. The problem is, how will I convince them that okay because though I used to tell them that me and Money Fresh and Good Mama our soap is the same, but I don't know how to.
And because they can't understand what you mean by it is the same. I've been now, right? So how do you tell them that it is actually the same or mine is actually? You won't tell customer that my soap is better than Money Fresh, because that is like market. That's what we call marketing speak. It's just talk. There is nothing. There is no substance in that statement. Do you understand? So you start with what exactly is the problem I'm trying to solve? What exactly is the problem my soap is solving? You understand? Why am I doing this soap? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
What will this my soap, achieve better? Do you understand? I'm not an expert in that space, but maybe there are multiple problems when it comes to washing cars, right? Yeah. That you've seen. Money Fresh is an alternative that they are using today, right? Yes. So the question, again, don't forget strong. So who will tell him the next question he's supposed to ask himself? Huh? There's an alternative, Money Fresh. And it's coming to the market. What should he be dealing with? Thank you. What exactly is the problem with the Money Fresh that they're already using? And again, of course, Money Fresh is good and all of that. But there'll be something that, maybe it's too expensive. Right? Yeah. It's too expensive for a certain set of customers, not big people. Maybe for some certain set of customers, Money Fresh might be very expensive for them. I deliver the same quality as Money Fresh, right? At this price. And again, you won't just tell them that I deliver the same quality. You have to show them. When it comes to convincing customer, you don't tell, you show. Right? You have to show them how. What do you mean? Is it that the ingredients, maybe you added the material to yours that will retain the paint quality over time, right? Or, something like that. So you don't take your solution to customers and tell them the best theorem, right? You go to them with specific, what exactly is wrong with what they are doing today, and then this is what I am serving them. At the end of the day, you might need to probably tweak your offering a little bit, maybe the package, maybe the ingredients, you understand? So you want to, maybe at the end of this session, think better and then tell everybody that owns cars here, right? That this is how my soap is better than Money Fresh, right? And if you have proof, again, if you remember throughout the whole examples, there is proof, right? There is a way to show that, this is actually real. Right? How many customers have you served today? What are they saying? Where are they saying it? You understand? What specifically are they telling you and all of that? So I hope I tried.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really enjoyed interacting with you. And thanks so much for inviting me.
How are we feeling? How are we enjoying this experience so far? I'm talking to you. How are you guys feeling? How are we enjoying the experience so far? Amazing, right? Okay, so it still goes on. But before we go on, I want us to stretch a little. We have been sitting for a while now. So, attention, everybody. Up. Let's stand up. Let's stretch. Remote workers. So let's do. Okay, I'll do what we do before we play football. where we go to the pitch. So everybody watch me. Then whatever style I do, I do. So look at me. Everybody stand up, stand up. It's good for your health, for the health. Okay. Raise your right hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your right leg. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's go. Left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's move our waist now. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my final one. This is usually the closer. This one you jump and you shake. Let's go. Everybody, do like this. All right, put your hands together for yourself. Sit down. Sit down. Okay. So when Pastor finished speaking to us, he asked a few questions. He wanted to know if we had any question. And usually there are two things involved. Is either he explained everything he explained perfectly. That's why we don't have any question, or we didn't just have any questions. So can somebody, just one person, tell me the key message, like something that they really took from that short? It wasn't short, okay. From that talk. Anybody? Something that you learned? Delayed. Okay, can you explain? Because that sounds like big English. For those of us that are not so good with it, what do you mean by delayed gratification?
Seriously, he explained it. He said that we shouldn't do spur buying, like buy things just because you can afford them. So I'm able to resonate with that because I know I can buy things even when I don't need them. So that's why.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other one? You want to? Okay. I'm listening.
So I learned that we should socialize. Hey.
Socialize. Yeah.
That we should
Socialize.
Oh my God. Yeah, like we should network with people, people of importance and people that can be important to us. Because I think I have that issue, right? For anybody, I create content for businesses and stuff, but I find it hard to talk to people, to sell myself basically. So that's one thing I'm taking away from Pastor Obaburi's teaching.
Thank you very much. She creates amazing content, by the way. If you follow me on social media at Okpe Richard, when I go for events, she helps me to package my whole event pay. So she makes amazing. They call them mobile cinematographers, right? And she's good. So buy what she's selling. All right. Remember when Pastor was talking about wealthy people and he mentioned Tony Elumelu, right? Interestingly, our next speaker has worked with a lot of businesses, a lot of people. And one of the major organizations he has worked with is Tony Olumelu's foundation. Very rich man, to the extent that he give people money to start businesses. But there's a process of that screening, right, before they actually get that money. He has also helped to get seed funding for a lot of businesses, including Flutterwave. I'm talking about the co-founder and executive director of Winnovation Hub, a company that helps different businesses to maximize their potential. They will literally build it from the scratch and then get proper funding for that business. We're not talking small money, we're talking dollars, everything. So if you have a nice business idea here, this might be your chance. And we see him a lot. We probably don't know that he's into all this. So please do not take the fact that you are used to his face for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Wale Odetta as he comes
to tell us. So we started with strong, we got stronger. This is about to be the strongest lesson we will learn today. Put your hands together for him. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the day is fast spent, but it's not very good for us to sit on the same. Even though you've stretched, I want to just take 5 minutes, bathroom break. Just make sure that you stand up and you don't stay on your seat for 5 minutes. So stand up, walk around. You can walk to the gate and come back. I just don't want to see you on the same seat. Just walk around, do anything you want to do. 5 minutes. For those of us, for the online, you can cut the feed. And we'll resume in 5 minutes. One minute more, or maybe a few seconds, less than a minute more. So let's start to, wrap up our chit chats and conversations and while we're wrapping up. This next session we will be sitting in a circle or sitting round. So I need, please guys, okay, can you help me arrange? We're going to, probably for the rest of the day, we're going to be sitting in a circle right round, yeah. Because this style has a way of killing creativity. So let's turn this sit here into enough for everybody, so everybody can sit around next to each other. Meanwhile, I want to thank Mr. Elijah Ashiken. Thank you so very much for coming, sir. Really appreciate it. Let's put hands together for him. One more time, please. Let's put hands together for Elijah, please. Thank you so much. I enjoyed your class thoroughly. Thank you so very much. Enough big circle to take everybody. So there should be no one at the back. Everybody should sit within that circle. No, you can back. Well, I'll sit on one of the chairs. Okay, I will come and join you very soon and then we can start. Let me restart this. Nobody should sit. Come on, come within this circle. Nobody sitting. This is probably not good for online, right? Can it be carried? No. Anywhere you want, but instead of like putting on a program, maybe. Okay, gather. Let's start. Let us start. What we're doing next is having a talk shop. But the essence and the importance of this talk shop is to help us build the most important connection in business. And you heard Pastor mention it multiple times. And that is the human connection. A lot of the times when we come to these kind of conversations, we tend to just do them based on, I've come here to learn. In some cases, I've come here to compete. Let me just make sure that I take my own cut of this 5 million and I walk away. I'm nobody's friend here. Nobody's my friend. I'm here to collect money. But I've seen it time and again over time, especially in courts, that it's usually not the person that wins the court that 5 years down the line is the leader of the court. The leader of the court is probably someone that sits in the corner and just absorbs and soaks everything in. And when it comes to, examination, quote unquote, pitch, they may not be the most active, so they may not win the money. And to open that conversation, I would like to talk about one of those kind of person that I've met in my life. So there's someone called Shola Akinlade. Who knows who Shola Akinlade is? Yeah, Pastor would know. Okay, so how many of you have heard of Paystack? Almost everybody have heard of Paystack. So Shola is the CEO of Paystack. In 2013, 2014, I was the accelerator manager of a program at Idea Hub. Idea Hub was right next to CC Hub in Yaba, there in that popular stretch of road in Yaba. And we had a program, 10 startups were in that program, and Shola was in that program running another startup called Precurio. Now, our top guy that graduated from that program is a startup called ISEC. He's a graduate of Babcock. ISEC, his co-founder was a 20 years, a banker with 20 years experience. So there was this, ISEC was like a financial services securities firm. But to them, they were so very lucky at the time that when they started, a year or two after they started, Central Bank released a policy that all this, the kind of service that they were providing must be provided by a Nigerian company. Because then, if you remember, I don't know if you guys can remember, but there was a time that CBN said all the bank data must be housed in Nigeria. So around that time too, they also insisted and said all the security services that banks in Nigeria consume was provided by a local bank. Up until then, all the banks in Nigeria then, this was after recapitalization, were using international services firm for their security. So what I mean security is like the reason why someone cannot defraud, someone cannot log into their app, someone cannot, without your ATM card, withdraw money on your behalf and things like that. These are all guided by security services. So the star of that, of that cohort was ISEC. ISEC raised $10 million at $100 million valuation, all from Nigeria. They raised that money from some family offices in Nigeria. But they raised it because while they were in the program, CBN released the policy. We were government-backed at the time, and we took, you remember, sir, because it was your firm that supported, it was Accenture at the time that supported us. So we got CBN to give them like some sort of support to say, we know these guys, we like their stack, we think their stack would support the banks. So almost all the banks subscribed to them at about the same time, startup. And without going to any country, in 2014, they raised $10 million at $100 million valuation. Today, nobody will ever hear of ISEC. They're just there, stealth mode somewhere doing something. But all of you have heard of Paystack. Paystack have gone on to raise crazier money since then, make more money than ISEC would ever make and all that. But what am I saying in essence is that the most important thing, is in any part of the world are human beings. And the essence of this next session is for us to connect with each other. So we're going to do something very simple. It's called discussing our stories through life maps. And I'm going to make it very simple and easy for us to do. So here is what I want you to do. I want us to, so we've started the session already, and we have about 39 more minutes. We have about 49 more minutes. So what we're going to do in essence is we will take a sheet of paper, and I want us to try and find the one with a plain back, not the one with lines and ruled lines. And so find a plain sheet. I would have preferred a bigger flip chart, but they don't have. So I want us to talk about our entrepreneurial journey. On that sheet, you're going to try and make, the way you used to do timelines, right? Timelines. I want you to do a timeline of where you started from, what has inspired you up to this point, or rather, where you started your inspiration, or the steps or the things in your life that has happened to you that had led to what you're doing today. So that could be, it was the fact that I was giving birth to in Lagos or the fact that I was giving birth to in Ekiti. And, because I grew up and I had my primary school in Ekiti, I picked up that idea in Ekiti. It was first place I first saw it. But then, I went to school, I never thought about, so if, for example, in secondary school, there was really nothing that you could connect to it, you can skip it a little bit, and then you can come quickly to maybe the last few, steps that say, okay, so yes, from primary school, I remember this happened, and I remember I could connect it. But then when I finished university, this happened. Or, after secondary school, I didn't go to university. This was what happened to me. And I said, I need to do this. And then this is where I am today. Or maybe I met this friend, we did the business together. Or I tried it, I failed. Again, don't only write your highs, write your lows too. Don't only write your highs, write your lows too. So was it that you were duped while you were trying to do this business? I want you to just talk about your life journey around your business now, not necessarily around your own personal vision, but around your business. Usually when you do a life map, you do it around where you're going. And so where you are right now is like a path to that journey, right? So I want you to do this one around that business and tell me what you think that business is going to look like, in 10 to 15 years. So yeah, we have about roughly, say 10 minutes to do it, because we all then need to share it. And we're going to be having a working lunch. So do your life map, because we're all going to share it, and it's very important that we share it. The reason is because we have to build trust as a cohort. We have to know each other better. We have to learn from each other. And, essentially, you would see the magic it will work, not now, but over the years. So there's a tendency that if you say it without writing it, without drawing, don't have to write it down, you can draw it. Like, there's a tendency that if you say it without drawing it, you will lose your chain of thought. You will not say things that matter to you. You will jump over certain things, and then you might end up spending 20 minutes telling us your life story. You're not submitting it? Yes. If you don't have a business, okay, so if you don't have a business, then tell us about your own life map, where you're headed to, what your dream business would look like. So the things that had happened to you up until this point, and the reason why, so if you don't have a business, you can want to talk about, I tried to go to school, I tried to do masters, it's not just working. This is where I really want to get to. This is where I've been pursuing, this is what I've been studying. So you don't necessarily have to be just, you can draw it. You don't have to write it like line after line. You can draw it like a timeline. You can draw this part, you can connect it. So you just connect like a journey. You're drawing a journey out, right? And I'm doing one. It's doing for both of you or what? Okay, I can give you a pen now. We have 4 more minutes. I can see that majority of us has finished on anyway. So the way we're going to do it, let me make it really interesting so that you can pay attention. So I need one person to volunteer that they want to go ahead and start, and then that person will nominate who's going to speak next. So we're not going to do it anyway, so you can choose your friend, or you can choose your enemy, or you can choose your frenemy, So who wants to start first? And yeah, Richard is raising his hands. And you have 3 minutes to do this. 3 minutes. Tell us the most important things in your life and I think the person should sit down, right? So that since we can see all our faces, we don't need to stand up. There are mics here. Yeah, there are mics. Yeah. So you have a list of things that had happened that has brought you to this point, and that is inspiring where you want to get to in business, around business. So tell us those points, but make sure that you start as early as possible. Don't just tell us your story after school or when start as. Go ahead.
Okay. So I never really did a structured business. I started to sell or serve with my talents when I was in SS1, that was secondary school. But I didn't structure it. I never structured the speaking part until 2023 when I was working with an ad agency and I created a platform for new school comedians.
Laura, let's start with your name.
Oh, okay.
Mention your name. Mention what your value proposition is now. We just did a value proposition class, so that we all know we can link, as you're speaking, we can
Okay.
link those things back to what you're saying. So let's start. In case you don't have a value proposition written, this is the best time for you to add it so that I can read it out. So my name is Okpe Oluwa Richards. My value proposition, or the value proposition of my business, whichever the case is.
All right, the value proposition of my business is communications, marketing.
That doesn't sound strong enough.
Okay. So basically, with the things I'm able to do, I have helped to make businesses attractive enough for the type of people that need their services to patronize them. So basically, I make your business attractive enough to your target audience. Strong enough. Okay, 2 minutes. So, my name is Okwe Richard. Make your business attractive enough to your target audience. And basically, I learned how to do things like video editing and graphic designing because of my passion for speaking in front of the television. And over the years, I have been able to help different people. And the reason why this conversation is difficult for me to have, because I do more of a 9 to 5, and I've never really structured like most of these other things that I do, because I learned how to do it, and I just do it like on the side, basically. But the most structured thing that I know that I have done was the show business thing, that the platform I created for comedians, and it was a live event. I lost a lot of money, and I've not found the courage to like do it again. That was in 2023. I'm done.
You're done.
My conversation is so scattered. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm nominated.
No, before you nominate, let's pronounce together for him, please. Let's pronounce together for him. So let me do like a model so that we can take that, so everybody can try and talk about their So my name is Wole Detayo. My value proposition is to find and nurture and invest in the best talents that will tackle some of the toughest socioeconomic challenges in the world, thereby making the world a better place. That's like my own life vision, essentially. And I would say, I can't remember the year now to be precise, but when I was in primary 3, I met someone that I think would change my life forever, my childhood friend. And of course, we left primary school together, so primary 3, primary 4, primary 5, we were in the same class. But we also attend the same local church, and we formed a very strong bond. And in a couple of years afterwards, after primary school, we're very strong friends. We started my first registered company together, Lofty Inc. And Lofty Inc. was born out of the discussions we used to have when we were going back home from school, when we used to walk back from my school to my house, back then, primary school then, back to the house. And it was around how we could change the world, how things were bad. This was in the early mid-90s, mid-90s or thereabout. And we say, the world was bad, we didn't know the world was going to get really this messy. And we felt like we could do something, and then we did something together. really. And today, Lofty Inc. is probably around 17 years old. And I'm glad that, we've been able to touch many lives, invest in many businesses, and I'm daily fulfilling that passion. But that same friend of mine, a couple of years ago, his life turned around because he was appointed, by the current administration to lead an initiative for the administration. And essentially, he's the one that leads the CNG initiative, if you probably had seen it on TV. And because of that, I stepped back also from operations of the company. And while I thought I was going into early retirement and do something new, I was hijacked by another organization to come and lead, the innovation and technology of them, which is Odua Investment Company Limited. And today I lead the technology and innovation. And again, the work that we're doing aligns with what we want to achieve, which essentially is to find the best research-driven innovation, that is from academic research, industry research, invest in them, and translate them into social impact for the rest of the world. In my life, I've had 2 failed businesses, and I would say successful, quite a handful of. But one of the lessons I've also learned in life is to stay humble, stay focused, and just know that no matter how big problem you've solved, you think you've solved, it's just like a dot, in the entire universe. Thank you. So I will nominate you, sir.
So I didn't get to know. Okay. I didn't get to nominate.
Okay,
I was looking forward to nominate you.
Yeah, please nominate.
Yes.
Let's nominate.
I was looking forward to nominate you.
Please
I nominate Emmanuel.
All right. Good afternoon, all. My name is Emmanuel Ludo. I'm the founder of WebLink Devices. WebLink Devices is a tech retail store that deals with the sales, maintenance, and importation of tech gadgets like laptops, phones, and accessories. We started WebLink Devices officially sometime last year, although we have been in the business for about 3-4 years. Because as we all know, for every business, you have to undergo the process of learning, relearning, and all the necessaries. So we started because I've launched, I have an office, we have started operations sometime last year. I started business because I am one person that I love working with my time. I don't really like being under an official structure. So when I finished university some time back, I knew for a fact that I wanted to go into business. I wanted something that I could be productive to my immediate environment in my own terms. And I started a little bit of photography. And during that period, I needed a laptop to aid my photography skills. So I met an uncle of mine who deals on gadgets, and he gave me a laptop free of charge. And once in a while, I see what he does with the laptop, how he solves complex problems. You know, they have issues, he fixes it up. And I got interested. I was like, wow, this looks good. And when I came to Lagos, unfortunately, a friend of mine was scammed while trying to get a laptop for one of his tech journey. He complained to me, and I felt really bad for him. And this reignited my passion for what I had admired in my uncle, how he deals his low-key laptop business. And I felt like I'm in Lagos, the center of excellence. I can take up this skill and hone my passion for business and see where it takes me. And eventually, I got trained. I was fortunate to link up with someone at Ikeja Computer Village that's very good. I trained, I went through a series of training and all of that. And by the grace of God, when the time for me to step aside came, I took the bold step of, doing what I've always wanted to do, doing my own business and doing things my way. So by the grace of God, WebLink Devices is not just a gadget store. It's a tech hub whereby you are sure of quality guaranteed. You know, we started this business to mitigate the risk of people losing their money I saw students, professionals, even parents whining, crying for losing their money to scammers and people online. And I felt, why don't WebLink devices come around and mitigate these issues? So this was also a very, very motivating factor for me to start WebLink devices. That's why if you go on social media, your Instagram, wherever, you can type in WebLink devices, and you see a lot of work we do. We don't only sell. We offer after-sales support. We offer free consultations. Maybe you are a techie, you are a student, you don't know what kind of gadget you need. We at WebLink Devices helps you choose what will fit not just your budget, but what you need to do. So by the grace of God, we are expanding, we are growing, and we'll see what the future holds for us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Temindayo, and I'm a hairstylist. And my mom made me to learn hair, actually. I didn't even know how to do any hair before. She has always wanted one of her daughters to learn it. And I remember when I started, I didn't even understand what they were doing at the salon, but I later gained interest. And since then, when I knew it, I grew this passion, and I keep on learning and learning, becoming better. And what has been motivating me is the growth, the ability to grow and learn more, and doing this work not just anyhow, because anybody can do hair, but I do it in a way that is different. I can charge whatever I want because I'll give that quality and professional service. And I understand hair to the point that it's not just making a fine hairstyle, ability to retain healthy hair. I deal with natural hair a lot, and it's not all salon that can do natural hair. Most time when I go to natural hair salon, the way they drag my hair and everything, so I end up doing my hair myself most of the times. And now I sell wigs. And on that wigs aspect, when I started, it was when, me too, there were times I needed wig and they were just so expensive and I don't even know who to buy from. I always say, I don't like buying things online like that. I always think they might scam me or something. So eventually, I was looking for a source where I'll be able to get quality hair that I can guarantee, because I love quality in anything I do. So when I got that, my major value I wanted to add was to be able to sell affordable hair to every woman. If you have 30K and you still want to wear wig, you still look good. That was the plan. When I started, it was very rough, very, very rough. But later on, it started making sense. People were making order. And particularly, I was meeting that need and satisfying customers. You buy, you get value for your money. And I go any end just to give that quality. So far, especially hair making, it's been paying my bills since. It made me very independent. And so I know that I can become even big because I see the industry, I see other people doing the same work as me, and they are traveling anywhere in the country to just style hair, just like Davido's wife now. The lady that styled her hair, they flew her to, and there's no million she cannot charge with it. So that has been my motivation, and truly it's been paying my bill. Why not? We can be better. So you guys can patronize me. I have business page, Hair Resolute, on Instagram, and for wigs by Hair Resolute. So you guys can follow me, you can patronize me. And you can pay small for your wig. If you want to buy 100,000 naira wig, you can be paying 30K, 40K, small. When your money is complete, you get your wig. And I'll give you quality. So I'm nominating Victoria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soya Victoria, and my business name is CIV Thrift. So CIV stands for Chic Iconic Vintage. So the idea is to sell vintage items, or let's say thrifted items. So this business actually started while I was still in school. It officially started in like 2021, 2022. So as at that time, I started by selling thrifted clothes and jean, most especially. So I started by unpicking items. I just go to random thrift markets, and then eventually I got a supplier. Then, yeah, that was how it evolved. Then, fast forward to 2024, because I took a break for like a year after to like focus while I was in school. So, as of 2024, I was going to graduate from school, and then I just knew that it was time to like evolve and get better, and then rebrand into something more professional. So then I had a total pause. Then I switched and rebranded into selling curated, thrifted, sustainable, pre-loved shoes. So from sneakers, boots, and loafers, most especially boots, because the reason before I even started as a business, before it turned into a business idea, it started as a like a personal style expression. While I was in school, I used to model. Till now, sometimes I still model. So, but as at that time when I was in school, I used to work from runway shows in school and then outside school. So whenever you see me, even during our dinner and stuff, people know that Victoria wears boots a lot. So, and then for other models too around, so they knew that was what they knew me for. So it was more like a personal style expression. So that was how the idea actually evolved, and then it turned into a business idea. So I got a supplier, and then before, I didn't even have capital when I started. I just started by snapping, going to my supplier's shop to go and snap and post on my status, waiting for customers to come. And so let me just round up by saying now I serve a growing audience of customers that value budget-friendly and quality shoes, because they used to say something that Namumu they go boutique. So when you can get the same quality and standard that you can get at those stores at an affordable price, and thereby promoting sustainability and also high quality fashion. So that's the idea of my business. Thank you. I nominate, I don't really know anybody's name here, but I nominate this sister.
This sister nominated. This sister is trying to follow you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amos Grace Brie. I'm a jewelry vendor. I sell jewelries to those that need jewelries to make everyone look pretty. Yeah, obviously. I sell both normal and customized jewelry. So I started off as a student that needs extra cash. You know, as a student, you need extra cash to keep up with bills and all. So I started with, I can't really remember the amount, but I know it was very, very small. Because for jewelry business, you don't need a lot of capital to start. So I think I started at 100 level. Then at the point I stopped because my course was kind of demanding. I had to focus more on school and everything, so I left it. Then I picked it up again, and okay, I picked it up again, then I stopped. Okay, I picked it up again, then I had to stop due to strike. There was strike during that period. So obviously my target audience was students in school. So it wasn't really going well. Then after the strike, my sister introduced a supplier to me. She was one that basically buys my jewelries for me. So I started selling online to just basically WhatsApp to contacts I already have. But it wasn't really going fine. I continued again when we resumed back to school. That was at 300 level. Then the academic pressure. the academic pressure came again. Then I stopped. I wasn't going to hostels to sell as I used to because I had to just focus more on school and everything because it was more demanding. Then I finished. I finished school last year. I ended my defense and everything around May or June, something thereabouts. So I picked up, then continued posting more. I started gaining more contacts on WhatsApp because that was like my major selling point or selling space. Then I was also growing my Instagram page at some point too. So then before leaving school, before me leaving school, I made sure I built a community in that environment, like where I was. Then we launched this year, early this year, and now I've currently built more community in the states where I schooled in, and my business page is growing it's growing. My page on Instagram, on TikTok, and even WhatsApp, I have more contacts than before. So he said something about the future. Okay, so the future is to thank you. Okay, my page is Pima Jewelry on Instagram and Pima Jewelry on TikTok. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Nominate someone.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Joseph. I think my value proposition for now is two, and it's in parallel, right? To be between 5 to 10 years, to be in one of the top companies board all over the world, end of it, right? Second one is to be able to be on the board, right? Yeah, on the board, at least to make more money for me to be on the board. Secondly is to be able to build a business with a GMV of about 12 digits, with a minimum of maybe 5% profit margin, month on month, basically. Gross merchandise volume. Okay, 12 digits in billions, yes. For now, I'm still bidding in Naira. But of course, by the time it gets there, we'll probably be raising funds that will come in us too. Okay, so I think I learned directly from my mom. Started traveling at the age of 13, alone, out of Ibadan. I was going to in Ibadan, to Oshun, Ikiti, and all of that. So at that tender age, so it simply means I was in secondary school and I was also missing classes to be able to travel. It was pretty tough, right? But I think I learned that entrepreneurship, apprenticeship from my mom. And anytime I come back with some items, she tells me, why did you not sell everything, right? So I learned how to clearly define why you fail and why you succeed, basically, at that tender age. So I think at some point, my mom's business was going out of use, basically, because I've seen what happens, and I've also looked at trends, and I advise that she changes her business model, the same business, but another model to it, basically, and that changed the trajectory, basically, right? So I entered school, served, came back, got jobs. I think getting job, I've probably because of my antecedents of businesses, right? I was growing from one level to another. And also, I was able to change jobs too, as fast as possible. So I learned from where I worked. I think from the last place I worked, I met a colleague. The last place I worked too as well, they employed us because the business needed people that could structure, organize the business based on the company goals, the expectational goals and the like. So we built all of those process flow, the module around the business, and that actually helped us too as well. So we both left the company too as well. So we decided to open a business together. So we took a loan from the bank. It was a huge loan actually, but we had backups should in case it flops. We can offset that with what we earn monthly, and also we had backups where we had savings that could offset that basically. So I think the lows were there because of course it's capital intensive. So we built a relationship with vendors that we could rely on credit so that we can sustain the business and also grow it month on month basically.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ugochukwu. The name of my business is Catered, and our value proposition is to relieve individuals from grocery shopping and entirely market stress. We don't want individuals focusing on that aspect, and they can focus on other important things. We settle their market stress in terms of groceries for them. And it all started from me not wanting to go out to get anything. I'd rather, if there's an alternative or if I can buy it online, I'd rather do that than actually have to go to the market, probably interact with somebody. If I can just press on my phone and get something to my house delivered. Then, while I was in school during ASU strike, my mom got chicken from a poultry farmer and they brought it straight to our house. And I was like, wow. If you can get food like this delivered to us at home, I can start a business from this. I actually had other business ideas I wanted to do, but I realized that I didn't need so much capital to start this, unlike the other ideas I had. So I said I would start this. Then I discussed with some of my friends in school. And mind you, we are from a tech background as computer scientists, and we're like, oh, let's build an app for this. With the likes of companies like Chowdeck and Glovo, we're like, oh, something like this exists. We can do this and it would work also. So we discussed, and this was 2022 ending. Everything went to sleep then because of school. Then by the time we were done in 2023, we went back to it and actually started in 2024. We started the business, registered it in 2024. What we registered wasn't catered, by the way. So we registered, started operations July last year, and I realized I was the only one actually doing anything. My other two partners weren't doing anything, so a lot of reasoning and discussion with other people, I decided to branch out and start Catered. So since we started, we've been mainly selling meat items, but we've also transitioned into producing our own tomato paste and other value-added services. I see this business being the top grocery delivery service in Nigeria as a whole within 10 to 15 years. I nominate this man.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know. My own is just so simple. I don't have a company, I don't have a business. Okay, this man is called Sunday. My name is Sunday Ajanaku. And I actually have a business for now. But the thing there is, I've been into some, when you're assisting your mom in groceries, selling of stuff, and there's just something we have in Yoruba, they say Ajay. So they will ask you to, take the first money that they will, when they patronize your business first, you'll be the first person to take it so that you can sell for the day, you understand? I don't know how that works, but Like, you'll be the first person to receive. They said it's an AJ in Yoruba. I don't know. So that at least they can sell well for that day. I don't know how that works though. So, but beside it works, Abi. It doesn't work. Okay. All right. Well, along the line, that's by the way. I really didn't do business. Then I finished my IT. During my IT days, I don't just know what to do to just get some money for myself. Yeah, Ogba, yeah. So I was basically selling female wears, shoes, sandals, slippers, anything female. I was just selling. Because I was just looking for something to just listen myself. But I was not really into business. I was doing that before I actually got into my HND. And I was basically just doing music, just church things, singing, and that's all. And somebody just picked me up one day. He's a producer in, there's somebody called Da Suspects. Produces for all these Whiskey and Co, anyhow, Capital Hills music. And he just picked me and he said, I would like you to just do some songs. And we went to the studio and he produced some of those songs freely for me. And that's how my music career started, And I started having some singles to myself and started pushing it. And before I was just basically singing in church. And before other churches come, are you a guest artist? Are you a guest artist? I was like, where guest artists come from now? I just want to sing in church and just go and be happy. And gradually I started having invitations here and there, he's an energetic guy. When he sings, everybody dance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. I went to Calabar to serve. Before within the space of 1 year, I gathered everybody in Calabar. I was just going everywhere, looking for him to devote. I don't understand. But in short, I was able to host my first ever concert in my life there in a strange land. Before I came back to Lagos, and Lagosians are like, you have to do Lagos one. And I did mine in Lagos. It cost me a whole lot. A lot of people will promise you, sponsor, I didn't get anything. So, but along the line, I was able to push some of my songs, and some of those have already making ways for me, taking me to some places I could have never imagined to be, ministry with some other guys. So what I'm actually looking at now, I've probably seen music as a career, seen how to push my music. I've ministered alongside some of these top guys, B. Demelaba and Co. And like, what are they doing differently that is doing okay? Okay. Thank you. Who do I nominate now? Nominate.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua. So, my business proposition is how to convert your waste product into value, leveraging on tech. So, my entrepreneurship journey started from the secondary school. I work with 3 friends, and most of the time our conversation is always around innovations and technology. So fast forward to my tertiary education experience. There was a project that was put across in the school. The school I went to does not have school anthem. So we wrote a proposal to the school, and that was my first project. Coming from secondary school, and then be able to handle the project in that magnitude. So afterwards, after school, I conceived an idea where you can get your waste product in any form and then make it easy for people to sell or recycle. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Praise God. My name is Christiana. Actually, like she said, I own Yeti Food Gear and its hub. My business proposition is to make people look good. Yeah, from your clothing to your footwear, just look good. Actually, it started because I wanted to make extra cash. Like she said, I was so broke. And I hated, I hate asking home all the time. I need money and all of that. There's some handouts you want to get and all of that. So I was like, what can I just do? So I reached out to my brother because he's versatile. He's a photographer, he's into shoemaking, he's a sports journalist. He does so many things. "Ah, bro, what can I do?" He said, okay, come and do shoemaking. You don't need capital to start. Just post. I'll send you some samples. Just post. I'll send you the price. Add your own to it. So you just like that. I'll help you send. Then I was still in school. So he was in Lagos. I was in Ekiti. So he said, don't worry, the runs and everything, I'll do it for you. So that was how I started. So while in school, I got people there because of the student and all of that. And I was actually I made cool cash. I won't lie. So, so when I finished, when I graduated, I don't know what happened. Okay, I guess my business page got hacked. I had followers and all of that. So that was how I lost interest because I was like, how do I start? Where am I going to start from and all of that? So for like 2-3 years, I stopped doing business. Then a day, someone walked up to me. I don't know what I was wearing, and she was like, I love the way you dress. I love your outfit and all of that. And I was like, okay. So each time I go out, I get that kind of compliments. I was like, okay, why not start selling clothes? Then I started selling clothes. I sourced for suppliers and all of that. And again, not just selling clothes, but helping people understand fashion sense. Like, since I've started, people will be like, Christy, I have this. How can I put them together and all of that? What can I wear and all of so it's not just about selling, but styling again, just to make people look good. You don't have to buy expensive clothes. The ones you have at home, there's a way you can style it that even when you wear it 20 times, they won't know that it's that particular clothes. So that's what I basically do. And again, in the future, I want to own a big company and see myself as a stylist, those big stylists and all of that. No.
Hi everyone, my name is Kendi Omokore and my business name is Kyra Food, but right now I'm currently running Banana Chips by Kyra. The value proposition basically is to offer healthy and good snacking experience for people living with health conditions as well as people that are generally health conscious. So how did it start? Growing up and seeing, okay. So growing up, I saw how difficult it was to access health facilities because I didn't actually grow up in Lagos like many people think. So seeing that to receive basic health or to even buy drug was very difficult. So that was what prompted and built the passion of becoming a pharmacist. And after becoming a pharmacist, before I did my induction, so for health, you do induction, all of that, I worked as a local pharmacist in a community pharmacy. And I saw how hard it was for people living with diabetics, hypertension, and all of that, to snack without feeling guilty or to eat. Like, they're always so conscious. And not knowing that this food, there's some food they can eat that will give them so much health benefits and all of that. So I started to do my research because I'm like, these people can snack, they have a life. Because there are a lot of young people that are diabetic and we then now scrape it out. So I started to do research. So Banana Chips by Kara was is an innovator brand in Nigeria. So they only do banana chips in India and Italy. So checking the research and seeing the process, how was it done, and trying to replicate that and add, because in Nigeria, our own taste bud is quite different from other countries and all of that. So I started doing that. At first, it was failure. Yeah, so it was a lot of failure because you try recipes that has never been there. And banana is delicate, it's not like plantain. So it was a very delicate one. But so yes, so that's where we're at now. And in the next 10 to 15 years, what I see is having banana chips by Kara in different health stores. Let me start with Nigeria, like Med Plus, where people that are diabetic, people that are hypertensive, and people that are health conscious can pick a snack and snack on it and be fine. And also to build more chains of snacks that are guilt-free and very healthy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adeshola Giwa, and I run a brand called Hair Plush. While I was in primary school, my grandma always wanted me to learn a skill, and so she took me to somebody down the street. They call her Yaijesha. So I went there to learn tailoring. I didn't last because I didn't like it. I don't know if it was the woman or it was the work, but it wasn't nice. So few weeks after another semester, she took me to Iyaye Tunde. That was the popular hairdresser in our street as well. She liked me, so she gave me less work, and they were tolerating me because I was Omo grandma. So we started doing it till I graduated from secondary school, and I was going to go to the university. I didn't do anything with hair until like 400 level. When I saw my friend saying, she wanted to learn how to make clothes, I said, me too, I know how to make hair now. So I started making natural hairstyles for my classmates and people in the hostel, but it was a bit too distracting, so I stopped. When I finished, I always wanted to know how to style brides. I always liked it. So when I told my mom to take me to where I could learn bridal styling, but she said, it was too expensive. She couldn't afford to spend that much money on that. I don't know if you know about hair. To learn it is, I don't know, it's just too much money. So she took me to a shop at Agege. She told me that she heard that the man knows so much. So when I went there, he only taught me how to make wigs and cut hair and all. So that's what I really learned from him. I didn't like it because it wasn't what I wanted, but it was so helpful. COVID started and I stopped going, so I started making wigs in my house, doing revamps for my friends. They liked it, started telling their friends. So people started patronizing me during COVID, and I made money that I didn't think that, I could have made. So fast forward, I also liked braiding because Yayetunde taught me those things. So I started braiding as well. And my braids were nice. I was doing braided wigs. I never did on people's head because I felt like it was very stressful. So I was looking for the stress-free part. So braiding was exhausting, and I got a couple of jobs, but I stopped. And I went for my internship program in UCH, where my colleagues found out that I was good on wigs, and I started doing their own. So that was like my side business. When I went for NYSC, I didn't do it because it was too strange a land, and I didn't want to bring all my things over there. Ibadan was closer for me. When I got back to Lagos, I now started my business again after a year because I felt like my job wasn't, giving me the kind of money that I needed. Anyway, I went ahead and learned bridal styling eventually. So now I do everything, plus wigging, revamping, bridal styling, and those things. And I do it alongside my job. And in another 5 to 10 years, I plan to have a very structured brand that doesn't have to run with me. I don't have to always be there. I also want to have a brand where I can go out, do people's hair, come back, and, still have a job. Yes, that's it. Thank you. I nominate
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah. So I'm a fashion designer. So I based in Ibadan before. Then I make sales. I sell different kind of materials. So one day my son said, move to Lagos. I was like, I have customers already. Then I make sales on my material. So it was very hard. But I thought coming to Lagos would make me more exposed. Then I learned from, let me say, all this gate tailor. I don't know how to put it. My boss is old fashion designer, but I still learn from her. Then somebody shared opportunity to me that I can go for, I I think is empowerment in Ikeja. So I learned for like 3 months. It's free of charge with transport every day. So I upgrade my fashion sense there, including my posture, all this style. So then my own future on my business is to make people feel comfortable. For me, as a fashion designer, I don't like anything. People that know me, they know me with freestyle. I don't wear all this corset, but yeah, I love bubu. So I want to build an empire that you can buy bubu at affordable price without stressing yourself all over the world. That's it. My name is Deborah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amos Mercy Karina. I'm CEO. I'm a tailor. CEO Chesby Haute Couture. Um, I started. Okay, sorry. I want to get my list. Yeah. So I started my tailoring journey when my mom's tailor. My mom gave her a fabric to make for me, and she didn't really get the style. She spoiled it, actually. I actually don't like saying spoil. I like changing style. So it's because I still wore the dress. Then, in between that year, I was supposed to write my jump. Then my jump score came out. I didn't pass. I was down. I was kind of somehow. Then on a Saturday, I think, yes, I was in the living room when something just came to mind that I should learn something aside the normal go to school and everything. I spoke to my mom about it, but she was like, no, I do not agree, this, da, 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 da. I actually persuaded her to allow me learn. She said, okay, she'll speak to my daddy about it. We spoke to my dad about it. He said, no, there's not any end of his child to learn this, da. Fast forward, my mom now went to meet me. She said, okay, she'll pay for the fees, but won't allow my dad know about it. And anytime it comes to Lagos, I'll just if I'm reading, I'm in the house, I'm not going anywhere. So it worked out like that, because my dad does not stay in Lagos with us, he stays in Abuja. So fast forward, I started learning from a roadside tailor, my mom's tailor, on that person. She has numerous tailors at hand then. So yeah, Joy, that's her name then. I'll go in the morning, come back in the evening. Before I knew it, I was already into it after the first week. Second week, I'll leave the house as early as 6:30. And mom was like, did this tailor work? I say, yes, tailor work. Oh. I'll go, come back very late at night. Then after about 3 weeks, after 1 month rather, sorry, I got to find out that she didn't really know much about tailoring work. I convinced my mom that, oh, this woman doesn't know how to sew only A-line, because she usually goes to Senegal to bring those stoned clothes. I'm like, oh, really? I said yes, that I'm not learning anything from her again. So, okay, that she would find out about a better place for me to go to. Then I stayed with her again for extra 2 weeks. Then fast forward to that same year, I finished learning from her. I went to the other fashion house, and I gained admission, ND. From there, I had to face reality, like money is not coming in the way it's supposed to come in. If I ask my parents for money, they will not give me. Like, okay, what will I do now? And I thought about, okay, I have a machine in the house. My mom should send me my machine. Then I started learning. I started putting more effort in it. Okay, let me work and make money through sewing little clothes. I started my business from school, ND2 precisely. And I am here now. With this beautiful dress, yes. You can check my page out on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Chesry, Haute Couture. It's not really functioning now though, because too much work, like. So, but we thank God for where we are now.
Good afternoon. My name is Toke. I don't have a business yet, but in the very near future, I hope to have one. My business, my value proposition for that business is to sell and supply pure, healthy, unadulterated palm oil. And I think I'm interested in that business because growing up, a particular time when I was growing up, I had gone to stay with my aunt, and we always had to drive to, a particular place to pick up palm oil, and she would say it's because it's healthy, it's unadulterated, they don't mix it with anything and all that. And she didn't used to complain like my mom used to do. My mom would buy palm oil and she would be like, auntie mix it. Oh, it's foaming and all that. And it's not healthy and all. But with my aunt, it was different. And that was how I felt that, when I grew up at the time, it was a long time ago, I wanted to go into this business. But because I haven't been able to do that because I'm more of a 9 to 5 person. So I prefer waking up in the morning and going to work than going to a shop or a store or something. But I hope that in the nearest future, I'm able to create a structured brand that's going to grow into something. Thank you.
Praise God. My name is Akinola Emmanuel. I noticed that God created us to serve. So went into servicing, like cleaning service, cooking. I used to go to people to cook. Well, my junior sister is a caterer, so she taught me how to cook oha soup and Igbo delicacy. So I know how to cook, and I'm also a professional cleaner. I went into that when I was in Sulere. So there was a man that employed me to do this cleaning service. So only me can clean the whole house. So that's what we do. We used to clean once a week in people's house. So that was when I went ahead knowing how to do liquid soaps. So I have Instagram handle on the business, despite the fact that I'm not doing it right now, but I've done it before. So I'm looking for some money so that I will be able to extend it. So I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, the Crown Ethnosite Cleaning Service. So yeah, so that is what I do. I do liquid soap too. So liquid soap to remove stains, shine cars, brighten colors, and all that.
Collect to mic. Collect to mic. Go ahead.
Okay. No. Praise the Lord. Okay, so I'm Oluwatimile, and I'm a student. And okay, so right from childhood, I've always had ideas that was never bettered, right? So at the very first beginning, I'm always very I'm the type that I always like making research about things that actually interest me. So at first, I had a very big interest in catering. I loved cooking a lot. Not now, work. So so I made research, and it wasn't just about the food. It was about creating, making sure that those average people had access to food, considering the fact that most people in Nigeria and even in other countries, they are actually like, they don't have access to food and they are starving. There are starvations in so many countries and there are limited resources. So I wanted to create the awareness of the things that they could actually make use of around them without having to spend much, making use of the resources, from herbs to spices and many other ingredients, because we have them, but people are not just conversant or they don't know the use of these things. So that was actually, so along the line, I kept having that interest until I went to school and everything changed. I started studying my course, chemistry, and I didn't really get the business of the course. at first. And as time goes on, there was a course that actually piqued my interest, natural products in chemistry, and talked about terpenes, whereby you learn about the scents, what actually, like the flowers that you have, what causes the scent, what brings out the scents, esters, and everything. And then I started serving. I'm actually on my IT, and in my IT, I started learning about perfumery, and there I got my interest in perfumery, and I started making perfumes. And now it is not just about the perfumes again; it's about creating not just the scent that you just wear a fragrance, but you expressing yourself through what you wear, you feeling the refreshing moment, and also you entering your safe space and having the fact and you entering your safe space and having these refreshing moments that, okay, I'm already in my safe space. So that is what I'm actually working on presently. I started selling fragrances, but then I had to stop. I had to take my nieces and nephews' wardrobe and packed all their clothes out of the place and started using the wardrobe as a business. But I had to stop because I was so confused and I wasn't so sure, because what I had in mind was big, but then it wasn't put together. So I had to stop, and I stopped at the very moment. I'm not into, but then I have the ideas in my head. I want to create a space whereby there is an awareness. Okay. But then,
okay. Is my turn? Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Innocent Kunihai by name. I'm from the Continental Headquarter Church, Dominion Cathedral. So it's a privilege to be seated among you all here. My business life started from NYSC. So I actually served in Rivers State. I could realize that in the area where I served, a lot of the children there were not really, having books to read. So, and parents spend a lot to get these books from the nearby community. So what I will do, the little allowance I will get, not now that the allowance was jacked up, ours was 19,008. For those of us who served when 1908 was ahead, so somebody's, if they pay you, okay. So 1908, so you could know what 1908 would do that period. So I will still save out of it. So I'll go to a location, Aba. Aba was just a little close in Abia State, close to Port Harcourt. So I'll get to the city, then I'll now journey down there. You know what it will cost. So I would have spent almost half of that money. But I will still go buy these books, put them together and bring them over. So I was not really feeling the pain of selling, but I just needed to do something differently. So to at least cushion the pain of those people. So I started with that. Then fast forward because of time, let me cut it short. So I go back to Lagos here. I worked at a travel agency for a period on 20,000 naira, how pitiful it could be. And they even told me, if federal government were to employ you, are you sure they will give you a job? So manage what you have. They were questioning my competence, but what will I do? So I managed on with that and that. Just to cut the long story short, while I was there, working with them, I will be creating my social media page with a name of business I have not imagined. So I was just imagining it. I'll create the social media page. I'll put it up there on Facebook. I can put it to you. All my social media pages, I created them with my own hands while working with someone, because I was just imagining me doing that. And today, I deliberately share these flyers to everyone seated here so that it will be like an evidence that this is not just what I'm saying, this is what I do now. So I have a registered business in 2022 and bank accounts open in it and every other thing put together. But today, I have people working for me remotely, okay, and the service is still going on. And now we are trying to have a place where we call our own, an office, and it's being put up. So why I'm sharing this is because our service and our value proposition cuts across so many things. But one of them, passionate in my mind, is Nigerians are intelligent, whether we like it or not. But our resource to study abroad has always been an issue for most people. If I ask a lot of persons here now, they want to take advantage. So hence our business is trying to cushion that. You have a good result and you want to do a program abroad, reach us. Our service is free, and then we will support you through the way like we've done for others. And you get it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gwemisola Odukoya, and I own a business called OG Destinations. The thought of this business probably started while I was, there was a time I traveled with my dad to visit my brother in his school, and I'm this kind of person that loves traveling, and I love journaling. So I like see the nature, observe things around, take notes. So I fast forward to when I finished my undergraduate. There was a time I wanted to go study abroad and stuff like that, and then this guy, I approached this person. There was some information that he didn't tell me, and everything became a flop. It was unsuccessful. So I thought, and there was even a time too that I had this vision. I just love traveling, and I want to be able to help people. So I started a business called OG Destinations. This business caters to your travel and tourism needs. You want to travel out of the country, you need to get a flight ticket. You want to book hotel accommodation both locally and internationally. You want to read stories that tells you how to navigate going to a tour destinations. This is what I do. I'm into travel writing. I help with flight tickets, hotel accommodations. I also assist with destination management. So this is basically what OG Destinations do. And it's already a registered company named OG Horizons Limited. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they are like back-end students. Thanks so very much for sharing. This is very, very helpful. You will not know the value of what you've done now until when you look back 3 years ago, from now, and if Jesus tarries, and you ask yourself, I've actually met this person here. I've done business with this person. I met that person there. That person has helped me. I've been in several circles like this. And it's always never about day one of introducing ourselves. It's about building trust. When you build trust, you know each other, you start to build trust little by little. But it becomes a lot easier for us to know, okay, those that are working in the hair industry, we know them now. Those that are stylists that can, get us clothes, we know them now. We know those that are making snacks. We know those that are selling hardware. We only have one hardware person that sells hardware or devices here. Those that have tech businesses, those that are aspiring to become, entrepreneur one day, but have very strong. So next time when you want to do your big event and someone is telling you that it seems like this palm oil is fake, someone that is very passionate with palm oil, and then you can say, man, let me reach out to this sister. She can help us, or tell me where I can get maybe these 5 drums of palm oil or stuff like that. If it's jewelry, or they're different, all of us have different things that we're doing. Like I said, very soon we'll understand why this is very important. But the next thing to go into that we're talking about is a very, very interesting topic. Well, interesting, and I hope you'll find it interesting. It's called understanding disruptive innovation and design thinking. Understanding disruptive innovation and design thinking. Before we do it, if you want to eat, let me know. Is anybody low on sugar that wants to eat now? You want to eat? President says he wants to eat. You want to eat, sir? You're okay. Any of you wants to eat? Do you want us to roll into the next? Okay, so since majority of people are not eating. Okay, so media, please help us put up the slide on disruptive innovation and design thinking. So if you're backing the screen, please just turn your chairs. Okay. I'm sure that the mic is probably showing on somewhere. Or cameraman, do you want me to stand? All right. We'll do whatever it is that we can do between now and 5. So disruptive innovation and design thinking. I hope I'm not blocking anybody. I'm doing this because of the camera people so that they can see that they're trying to capture. Because we're actually live on this. So this topic has been subtitled How to Take on Goliath. And I want you to pay very strong attention to this. I'm going to make it as, it's an introductive because this is a boot camp. This is not going to be in-depth. This topic, we can teach it for like a whole week, cumulative of like 12 hours or thereabout. But I'll try and summarize it and leave you with snippets that I think that you need to know. How to take on Goliath. And this is very important because you've asked yourself, no matter what you see today, 5 years down the line, someone will build something bigger. And you're saying, you know, there's a time that Facebook and Twitter thought that they were the biggest things on earth. And then Instagram came out. And Instagram then thought that, oh yes, like this is it. Nobody can be as addictive as Instagram until TikTok came out. And Snapchat for the new generation. And it's all about the same principle. Disruptive. How do you disrupt a Goliath? How do you, as a David, take on the Goliath? And after then, we're going to look at business model canvas to then help you lay out, you know, what and how to build a business, which will directly tie to the first topic you took around value proposition. How do you take on Goliath? What is the essence of innovation? I just said a little bit of it. Now, next slide, please. The essence of innovation is about increasing access and simplifying processes. Usually, it will lead to being cheaper. It may not be cheaper in the R&D stage, but usually, you cannot increase access to a service or a product if it is not disrupted. And now, with the age of technology, things get disrupted faster. So look at this picture, for example. There was a time that the cameras that you see our cameramen used to carry was like the height of it. People will say, oh, like, if you buy me this camera, I can never go hungry again. Or if you buy this camera, they can shoot anything. Those same cameras, as big as they are now, have been disrupted with really like iPhone 16s, iPhone, Samsung 25, S25, and so on and so forth. The kind of cameras, the kind of shots you snap from those cameras is nothing compared to what those cameras used to be. And those cameras used to be like the height of everything. You remember the second one is, in fact, you need to be rich before you can even own that second one. That is, you have to buy that device and put it in your car and subscribe. It's a US thing, so maybe we need really, we leapfrog that innovation essentially. So meaning that we didn't go through the basic kind of innovation. We started using phone, and that's when we introduced to maps. But maps had been around for decades before mobile phones. The entire innovation itself came out of one of the researches deeply done by the United States Army. They were the ones that actually did it and then released it, and then people started building on top of it. Right? And that's what we have in the maps in the phone today. Disrupted by Google Maps. Britannica, I remember growing up, when you go to the library and you want to know the meaning of anything or you want to study anything, There was no Google. So you go to a Britannica or you go to any encyclopedia. You open that big book. In fact, learning how to even open an encyclopedia was a skill. So those of us that knew how to do that, our friends used to come to us and say, help me check this encyclopedia for so, because it was crazy, right? But today, Wikipedia, Google, there. Blockbuster was an American company that essentially, and we had a lot of some blockbusters in Nigeria. How many of you rented DVD from and watched Nigerian movie? That was our own Blockbuster, right? Blockbuster in the US was store where they rent out CDs. Of course, today, Netflix and the likes of them have taken over that. And the last one, of course, is taxis and Uber and co. So, the essence of disruptive innovation is about looking for better access and better value out of what currently exists. No matter what you're seeing today, I can bet it with you that in a very short time it will be disrupted. Either from the stylings, from the food we eat, or the services that we consume. It will be disrupted. Next slide. I'd like to talk about the 3 types of disruption. Next slide, please. And this concept, essentially, disruptive innovation, was taught by Professor Christensen. Is dead now. He's actually a Christian professor that taught for long in Stanford University. He's a professor of economics. He had his professorship from Harvard, but he spent last part of his, and what I like about him is actually, like, outside teaching disruptive innovation, one of the things he talked about the most is God, Jesus, how, in fact, as a matter of fact, this professor that found this paused his school paused his university study after year 1, went on missionary work for a whole year in, I think, Japan or South Korea or something. Missionary work. And then came back to school to go and resume year 2 after 1 year and then finished. So, I stumbled on him and I found out that, man, it's great what this guy has done. But essentially, this is what has turned the tech world upside down today. There are 3 types of disruption. 3 types of innovation, rather. There's disruptive innovation, there's sustained innovation, and there's efficient innovation. Let me use the best example that I can use will be, okay, let me talk about Uber to try and talk a little bit about disruptive innovation. So, Uber started as a taxi service, right? But Uber in itself started as limousine. So they started with all these nice limousine or very expensive black cars. And then they thought about it that they weren't serving customer enough and then decided to disrupt. You see, in innovation, no matter the level that you are right now, or your business is right now, I want you to always take that as the sustaining level of innovation. Someone tomorrow will come with new ideas on how to sew clothes. I was shocked when my tailor at the time told me and said, it was my wife's younger brother. And he said, oh, sorry, I was telling him that, he said, oh no, we don't sew this part anymore. We use gum for this part, that's how they do it, you cut in a certain way, and so on and so forth. Like, man, I didn't know that tailoring even keeps evolving. But essentially, the importance of innovation and putting and thinking about what we can do to keep innovating and to keep disrupting is because there are always markets that whatever you're doing right now has left behind. There are always markets, and going back to Uber, for example, one of the reasons is because if you don't have money, you cannot take normal taxis. Even to today, the taxis today in Lagos that they call Okwashewu, I hope you know those yellow and black taxis. They are still expensive. They refuse to take the price down. If you go to the airport today and you drop from the airport and you want to take any of the airport taxis, you pay through your nose. If you're going to Ikeja GRA, it's the minimum they'll collect from you Ikeja GRA is 10,000 naira. If you call a Bolt or you call an Uber, if they charge you 4-5, it's probably because it's peak period. they usually charge around 3,000 naira. Think about the price difference between 3,000 and 10,000 naira. Those airport taxis have refused to bring the price down. So there's always a need to look at markets that are left behind. Disruptive innovation is about finding markets that have been left behind and then designing new business models for them. It may usually not be the way, it will require you thinking out of the box really to say, this market, nobody's serving this market. What can I do to serve this market? It can be around pricing. Sometimes it could be around just the experiences that you give this market that nobody can give them. So, in disruptive innovation, most businesses will refuse to evolve, but if you pay attention to data and you are the type that consume a lot of information, data, you would see naturally your mind over time will start to see opportunities in these new markets. Now, how does disruptive, so sustaining, for example, will be sustaining, let's use the taxi model, for example. Sustaining will be the airport taxis that are very expensive. They don't care, they are there, they don't want to change. But they will still get you from the airport to the house. But it's more expensive. Disrupting that market are the robo-taxis. I mean, are the Ubers and the boats. You call them, they will come. Of course, they will have to go and park because they cannot pick you. You walk out of the airport for them to pick you. If you can go through that stress, they would also answer, they will pick you. To make them more efficient. Now, when we're talking about efficiency innovation, the efficiency here, which may also come as a disruptive service, will be robo-taxis. And robo-taxis are driverless taxis. So think, and it's going to come to Nigeria someday, trust me. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to come to Nigeria. Think about, you no longer need human beings to take you from the airport to the house. One day it's going to happen. It's already happening right now in some cities. California, for example, they have it. I mean, if you go online, there's several videos of robo-taxi. Coincidentally, a Nigerian startup is a startup powering robo-taxis in California. How many of you have heard of Move? A few of you have heard of Move. How many of you have seen the Suzuki taxis that carry Uber? Those great taxis, they were actually product of Move. It was Move that brought them to the market. The two Nigerian guys that founded that company, they've gone on to, do that in Nigeria. They've gone to Middle East. They've gone to so many African countries. They've gone to India. So they've been to Asia. They've been to, of course, they've dominated Africa. They're in Middle East. And now they've gone to the US. And now they're thinking of going to Mexico. Nigerian startup like you and I. And as I'm speaking to you, they are already seeing the only competition they have in the US is Elon Musk's robo-taxis. So they're the ones powering Uber in California today if you go to them. And it speaks to what you can do, if you set your mind at it. But efficiency innovation talks about you eliminating unnecessary cost or risk that may affect your innovation. So let's talk about Amazon. Amazon started, and that's the last example I'll give on this slide. Amazon started selling only books. And they innovated. So before Amazon was Barnes and Nobles. Barnes and Nobles used to sell physical books. And Amazon said, why should I be selling physical books? Let me sell books online. And they started an online shop that sells books. Now that is them innovating. They thought they were disrupting, right? But quickly, they then thought about it and said, why do we need to sell only books? There's this set of people that buy books from us. They are young, they are upwardly mobile, they have this kind of money, talking about value proposition, and then they started selling laptops, they started selling shoes, they started selling baby clothes, because they know that most of them are just having their babies. They started selling, back to school items. And then they moved from disruptive innovation to sustaining innovation. Now, they didn't lose their roots in disruptive innovation because they still sell new products. They have probably one of the widest categories of any online store today. And from then, they thought about it and said, we want to start to deliver 24 hours to anywhere in the US. And then they felt that human beings would form union and say, no, we need more increased wages. I'm sick. So imagine if there's only one person that can control all your inventory software, and that person falls ill. It means that you might not be able to run that software for that day or for the week that the man is not around. So then they moved from just sustaining innovation, and then they started using robots to sort out items in their super big warehouse. So they have these giant mega warehouses today where human beings are not there. Only human beings, are the security and watch screen and monitor screens. Every other thing is robot inside. And with that, they can actually now deliver 24 hours. So when they started, they used to deliver like 2-3 days. But now in the US, they can deliver 24 hours almost across anywhere in the US because of that level of innovation that they've done. Now that's one company that has embodied innovation throughout. The last rule I'm going to talk about on this slide is that make sure that as you enter a space disrupting the space, don't lose your roots. Usually, people get disrupted because they forget their roots. You go into a market because you want to sell, you want to create efficiency, and then you ignore what the trend is happening, and then someone will come and then disrupt you. That's the reason why Professor Christensen said it's a circle that is almost inevitable for any company, especially for companies that refuse to innovate. Now, how then do you stay rooted? So you've thought about this innovative idea, you started doing it. How then do you stay rooted? Or how do you even disrupt the market? Next slide. Now, next slide, we'll talk about a process called design thinking. And design thinking is very important. They call it double diamond framework, or whatever it is that you want to call it. But it's a very interesting model for you to understand and to solidly pay attention to how to capture your market. And it starts from the first step is understanding. I will talk about them, in a much more deeper, but very quickly. Understanding the market. The next one is observing the market. The next one is defining your view of points. The next one is ideating and prototyping and then testing. Now, next slide. What these things essentially do during your understanding and the first diamond, is understanding the entire problem that you're trying to solve, the root causes, and the knock-on effect of the root causes of the problem you're trying to solve. So if you look at this first diamond, it's about discovering and defining. It's a lot of research and the research is, there are two stages generally for all business-related research. The first one, of course, after you've identified, which is discovering, is you doing desk research. We now live in a day and age where there's Google, where there's a lot of information online. Artificial intelligence has even made it a lot easier now. Do your desk research. Everything of an idea starts as an hypothesis. She said, she wants to do bridal hair. Then she started to think about it. What can I do differently? So now she knows that bridal hair is bridal hair. People that want to get married. But then she can then decide to go to artificial intelligence and ask, tell me about bridal hair. And then you can consume all that research. Now, it's not enough. The second level that you must do is to actually go to existing bride or go to intending bride and ask them questions that pertain to what they want to do. So you were a bride. What was the thing you missed the most about your hair? What was the thing you couldn't do with your hair that you wanted to do? Why is this thing really, really important to you? Did it mean anything to you? We're going to get to that point. Then once you do that part, you move to the develop that solution or that service, you iterate it, and then you deliver it. So when you develop and then you deliver, so based on the research that people have said, you go back and then you develop that product or service and then you deliver it. Now, let's quickly dive into it. Next slide. Let's quickly dive into it. The first one, about understanding. understanding is about understanding the what, the how and the why. What exactly is the problem? How is the problem currently being solved now? And why has this problem persisted? Why do people pay for it? Using your palm oil, journey, for example, what is the problem? The problem is that people, buy adulterated palm oil. It's in the market. How does this affect, and this is very important. So, if you look at this map, this is more emotional and this is more data-driven. The how start to interrogate, how are people buying this thing? What are people's perspectives around it? And the why is this important? If people continue to eat adulterated palm oil, what can it cost? Why are people keen on, does it have effect on the food they cook? And so on and so forth. Now, understanding the problem is very, very important. A lot of the times, we used to think that, we know the problem. Especially if you're like an idea guy like me. Idea waves can come to you when you're about to sleep in the middle of the night. I've had episodes in my life where I'm laying on my bed, 11 p.m., I want to sleep, and I cannot sleep until 4 a.m. on my bed. And I'm thinking about, like I'm having light bulb moments in my head. I'm thinking, I can do this, I can do that. Now, a lot of you as entrepreneurs will probably run into those moments. That's probably why you're solving the problem you're solving now. But it is not enough for you to just, this is how they do it. If you get stuck in this is how they do it, you will not make headway with that business. I started a co-working business, which is essentially office spaces for small businesses like yourself. And when I was starting the business, one of the things I said is that, why is this really important? People do not need spaces, yes, but why is this important? And I found out that if I want to really build a co-working, all the businesses I've done in my life, I always put myself in the shoes of the user. And as if I'm going to pay money to use someone else's office, then someone cannot be telling me they shut down their office by 5 p.m. Now, everybody around at the time, except for one American co-working business, everybody shuts down by 5 p.m. And I said, no, this cannot be. But I know that there's a reason why everybody is also shutting down at 5 p.m. Of course, it's expensive. You don't even have power in Nigeria. So how are you going to do it? Then I had to start thinking of how to solve that problem. This was, to be precise, this was 2011. 2011. Long time ago, when inverter was non-existent, we couldn't solve that problem of keeping the place running for 24 hours until 2014. Because then, for you to get inverter, the inverter would probably be as big as this thing. Then the battery that you're going to buy will only last for like 2 hours. So there's really nothing we could do, literally. But by 2014, inverter systems started coming out, and we started putting inverters there. Today, it's a lot easier for you to run anywhere 24/7, no matter how big the place is. So understanding the what, how, and why is very important. Next slide. Now, after you've understood this thing, you need to observe. In observing, you need to step out of your research desk and go and ask people. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. In observing, you gather all the information that you have and start to look for competitors. So, in understanding, you're trying to paint that step from the angle of the user. And the first diamond is usually largely about the user. But this particular one is about taking all that data and then also pay attention to what the current solutions are. There's almost no problem under the earth today, especially, and we're going to watch a video later on that talks about problem and needs. Especially, there's no problem today that doesn't stem out of a need. Problems are usually like a precursor to needs. So Yes, they may look like they are just problems, but there's a need, bigger need that is more sustainable. But observing is about you paying attention to data and studying the data behind it. Next slide. Now, this is one of the most important points in the process, the point of view. And the point of view is where you interview the user, but you're not paying attention to what the user is saying. And this is where it gets really interesting. So almost everybody that uses a service or a product will tell you what they want, not what they need. I belong to that school of thought that users don't know what they need. They only know what they want. And what they want and what they need are both value. They are both valid. So if I go and meet people that use horses, when people were using horses to move from one point to the other, if you ask them that, what is your biggest problem today? They will say, oh, the horses that we use don't go fast. I heard that in Arabia, they breed faster horses. Can you get me one of those faster horses? I'm willing to pay anything for it. That's how most users talk. Now, in you listening to his want, you then heard what he didn't say is that I need to get from point A to point B faster. My camel, if you say, oh, you move goods and services between, say, yeah, I need camels. So I already have like 10 camels now. I need like 30 more camels so that I can move my silk from this location to that other location. What he's not telling you is that he needs a big truck. He needs something that can move that thing in bulk and can cost less from that point to point B. So most users, when you talk to them, will not tell you what they need. They will tell you what they want. And that's the reason why this picture is being shared. Usually, it is in what they've not said that you can actually deduce. If Elon Musk didn't think about and insist, in fact, his engineer told him it wasn't possible. If he didn't insist that they should go and figure out how to do a touch panel device, we'll probably not be using touch phones today. We'll probably still be using button phones. But when you ask phone users, nobody would have said, I need a touch phone. They would have said, I just need something that I can walk easily on top of. Of course, if you've used any of those button phones and a smartphone, it is easier for you to use a smartphone today to enlarge pictures, to do this, to touch and all that. So most people will not tell you what they need. They will tell you what they want. I want you to pay attention to that. Let's move to the next slide. It is your job to extract what they need for you to be disruptive. Without you extracting what they need, you cannot be disruptive. You cannot build ahead of them because they only keep you with what they have now. Next slide. Okay. So we are at ideate slide. Now, when you've taken all that, don't forget, you've tried to understand, you've established what the problem is. You have, observed, gathered data around what the problem is. You have talked to potential customers around what the problem is, and then you've extracted their needs and not what they're telling that they really want. We're talking to innovators here. We're not talking to just any business. If you provide what that guy says he wants, they will still give you money. But if you build what they truly need, they will pay you extra premium for it. And that's when you've innovated and you've broken. Now you need to take all that to go and ideate. Ideation is about building. You then start to say, okay, this is what people really need. How do I design this? How do I create it? How do I put it together? And how do I launch it? That essentially is ideate. So let's go to the next slide. Prototyping is an ideation that are very fused together. That's why they are together in the same diagram. That prototyping is what I just talked about now. You put together, so ideate is you've put together all those lists of things that people need, and then you put that into a design, and then you build a prototype out of it. But what I want you to know in a prototype is this. Prototype is not usually, essentially, just functional. Prototype is a bit of functionality, usability, all that wrapped into it. But when you're prototyping, you are not putting a lot of effort, in emotional design or usability. You're still thinking of just a lot of functionality than design when you're prototyping, because your prototype is not your final product. In prototyping, you take whatever it is that you've put together as a prototype, and then you go back to that customer that have told you that this is what my wants are, not my needs. This is what my wants are. You go back to him and then you say, well, last time I spoke with you, you said that this is what you want, like this is what you're looking for. But I think that if I give you this solution, it will help you solve that same problem. You go back to them and then they will tell you if they want to buy it or not. Some of them want to use it for free. I always advise that don't let them use it for free. Tell them to pay for it. Tell them that you're trying to solve a problem. Tell them to pay for it. Of course, you can test it for a few weeks, but afterwards, collect your money. And then we've talked about testing. Move to the next slide. So what I just described is about testing. So once your prototype is done, you go back and test it, and then you recycle. Once you test it and people say they like it, this style looks good, or this hair style looks good, or jewelry that you're selling, I like the fact that you're selling this kind of jewelry. You then now go back again and then you reinforce that. If your customers keep coming back with no complaints, then you can say you have a product. If your customers tell you and say that, can you do this? Can you sell me this? I also need this type of one for my child. Or can you do this for my child? And so on and so forth. And that's what you want to focus on. You have to go back again and go and do that process, of ideating, prototyping, and testing. Now, I want the media to play this video. It's my favorite video. I may have played it before in this church, but I want us to watch this video. Very, very interesting video.
Please close your eyes and open your hands. Now imagine what you could place in your hands. An apple, maybe your wallet. Now open your eyes. What about a life? What you see here is a premature baby. He looks like he's resting peacefully, but in fact he's struggling to stay alive because he can't regulate his own body temperature. This baby is so tiny he doesn't have enough fat on his body to stay warm. Sadly, 20 million babies like this are born every year around the world. 4 million of these babies die annually. But the bigger problem is that the ones who do survive grow up with severe long-term health problems. The reason is because in the first month of a baby's life, its only job is to grow. If it's battling hypothermia, its organs can't develop normally, resulting in a range of health problems from diabetes to heart disease to low IQ. Imagine, many of these problems could be prevented if these babies were just kept warm. That is the primary function of an incubator. But traditional incubators require electricity and cost up to $20,000, so you're not going to find them in rural areas of developing countries. As a result, parents resort to local solutions like tying hot water bottles around their babies' bodies or placing them under light bulbs like the ones you see here, methods that are both ineffective and unsafe. I've seen this firsthand over and over again. On one of my first trips to India, I met this young woman, Savita, who had just given birth to a tiny premature baby, Rani. She took her baby to the nearest village clinic, and the doctor advised her to take Rani to a city hospital so she could be placed in an incubator. But that hospital was over 4 hours away, and Savita didn't have the means to get there. So her baby died. Inspired by this story and dozens of other similar stories like this, my team and I realized what was needed was a local solution, something that could work without electricity, that was simple enough for a mother or a midwife to use, given that the majority of births still take place in the home. We needed something that was portable, something that could be sterilized and reused across multiple babies, and something ultra low cost compared to the $20,000 that an incubator in the US costs. So this is what we came up with. What you see here looks nothing like an incubator. Looks like a small sleeping bag for a baby. You can open it up completely. It's waterproof. There's no seams inside, so you can sterilize it very easily. But the magic is in this pouch of wax. This is a phase change material. It's a wax-like substance with a melting point of human body temperature, 37 degrees Celsius. You can melt this simply using hot water, and then when it melts, it's able to maintain one constant temperature for 4 to 6 hours at a time, after which you simply reheat the pouch. So you then place it into this little pocket back here, and it creates a warm microenvironment for the baby. Looks simple, but we've reiterated this dozens of times by going into the field to talk to doctors, moms, and clinicians to ensure that this really meets the needs of the local communities. We plan to launch this product in India in 2010, and the target price point will be $25, less than 0.1% of the cost of a traditional incubator. Over the next 5 years, we hope to save the lives of almost 1 million babies, but the longer-term social impact is a reduction in population growth. This seems counterintuitive, but turns out that as infant mortality is reduced, population sizes also decrease because parents don't need to anticipate that their babies are going to die. We hope that the Embrace Infant Warmer and other simple innovations like this represent a new trend for the future of technology. Simple, localized, affordable solutions that have the potential to make huge social impact. In designing this, we followed a few basic principles. We really try to understand the end user, in this case, people like Savita. We try to understand the root of the problem rather than being biased by what already exists. And then we thought of the most simple solution we could to address this problem. In doing this, I believe we can truly bring technology to the masses, and we can save millions of lives through the simple warmth of an embrace.
So who can tell us a few things about that case study? Who wants to tell us? Maybe 1 or 2 persons. Yeah.
Okay, you said a few things. First of all, she saw a problem and she found a means to solve it. And it was a problem that was not just for one person. It was a problem of the masses. And also, the problem was with the incubators, which was quite expensive. So the problem was solved by reducing costs and making it available for everyone to purchase. Yeah.
I want to say something too.
And she created a solution. While doing that, she was able to model almost what the incubator can do and bring it into something very small. Like an incubator now, you can't be carrying it up and down. Yes, but she was able to do it because those low-income earners or people that don't have access to these expensive things, even if you ask them, even if you bring the incubator to their area, they won't still have enough. And babies will still, die and things like that. But I feel like what she did was very, very innovative because she can get a wide, range of people and they don't have to spend so much cost on transportation. So she eased transportation for them. She eased cost and she gave babies, better life and even made the clinicians to, make their work easier.
A lot easier.
Yes.
She talked about the price. You remember what she talked about?
$25 or so.
Now, she said it's 0.1%. What then is the price of like an incubator? What would you deduce as the price of an incubator from that? It's about $25,000. At a time when the design, please can sit down, thank you. I'm sure if she had even asked doctors in the field that what is your problem with this child mortality, they would have said, give us more incubators. Right? And they will say, we need to raise bigger money so that we can buy more incubators. But you saw the way they came up with the solution. He said they kept going back and kept reiterating because the problem here is that children that are preterm needs to keep body temperature. They cannot regulate their own body temperature. Their body temperature needs to be kept constant for a period of time for the internal organs to develop. Not necessarily all the big, incubator with all the machines and that looks like, some of them are very big, some of them are very small. If you go to Lagos Maternity Hospital. But it's about thinking about what the challenge is and not listening to what you have to talk to them to understand what they want so that you can then understand the underlying need and then solving for that need. And that's how you disrupt your market. Now, I think I've talked a little bit about, so go to the second to the last slide, please. As just to recap, second to the last slide of that slide deck. No, second to the, not business model canvas. That same slide deck, second to the slide deck that you just did now. 14th slide. Slide 14. Keep going. Yeah, yes, thank you. So, in essence, and this is the part I want to stay out of frame, I want you to see it very well. In essence, in design thinking, it starts from a clear need. You research what currently exists, how that problem is being solved. There's no problem you're trying to solve that is not currently being solved in some form or shape. What you're just doing is you're improving. Almost no problem that doesn't have the way it's being solved. It's just that is some of them are traditionally solved, some of them are solved with technology. Then take all what you've seen, prioritize insight, turn them into concept, if you may, and then build an hypothesis out of it to say, this is how we're going to solve this problem. This is what this problem is, and this is what we're going to do to solve it. And then this is where it gets interesting. When you build it, learn to take it back to those people that you found on the journey and ask them if they want to keep coming back for it or not. And this has to same if you're doing services or if it's product. But where a lot of people miss it is that in their head, they see the problem, the hypothesis, they even see other people solve it that way, and then they continue to solve it that way. It's not that you will not make money solving problem the way everybody is solving it. Only that you're not going to stand out. And if you don't stand out, you cannot build a business that truly would outlast you, but a business that can truly bring the kind of change, even financially, to yourself. You just build a brick and mortar business. I pray that God will continue to help us in the mighty name of Jesus. That brings us to the end of design disruptive innovation. I don't know if there are any questions. Okay, we're going to take the last lesson, and we can keep the questions till after. The last lesson is a very simple workshop called Business Model Canvas. So they're going to play us another video now. I want us to watch that video, and I'm going to tell media, I'm going to tell you when to pause. But go to the Business Model Canvas first before you play the video. Media, go to the single page PDF. And let's talk about Business Model Canvas. Media? PDF? Okay, it's just going now. Okay, thank you so very much. The essence of you being able to draw out your business, this is what has replaced business plans, especially for early stage businesses that most of us are in. You don't need to write a full-blown business plan anymore because even business plans are changing. You heard when Pastor said earlier on that Zenith Bank will not make 1 billion naira today, and tomorrow they will say we've made 1 billion. Let's just make another 1 billion. They are saying, let's make 2 billion. Which means that their business plan is changing. Because for you to double, you have to do a few crazy things. Which means that you have to put an end, you have to kill your last business plan and build a new business plan. And this is a very good way to build your business plans very quickly. Unfortunately, I'm not sure the these things are very clear. We're going to watch a video very soon. And it starts from value proposition. If you don't get a value proposition well, or if you don't coin very well, that's the reason why we separated it. And we had someone focus on value proposition alone. If you don't know how to write that statement, you know that strong statement that Elijah talked about, how to coin that strong statement, essentially that is not just, I sell shoes. I tried to infuse it, but I noticed that a lot of you still didn't get it. I think that what I'm going to do is to tell Elijah to, we already shared that with us. I think we'll post it on you. You have a WhatsApp group, right? We're going to post it on the WhatsApp group. And then please go and read, actually the example so that I can easily get it. I would have said that they should put up that example. Maybe they're going to do it. Put up the examples of the value proposition so that you can be reminded. If you don't get the right value proposition, every other thing you're going to do here will be around the value proposition, and then you will not build something very strong. The value proposition is not just about, I sell shoes. You sell shoes to who and for what reason? Or how do you sell it, or how do you do it differently? Very, very important. Now, if you can figure out your value proposition, the next segment you build is a customer. So you go on this map, and that's the far right. You talk about the customers. Your customers is who is your customer, where do they shop, where do they sleep, what kind of money do they earn, the persona, we call it, in marketing we call it persona, the persona of your customer. So if you're a fashion designer, who are the people you're targeting? What is their income bracket? And how much do they currently spend on the clothes that they would have come to make from you? That helps you to think about, although we're already tilting towards pricing strategy, but again, that helps you understand who your customer is. So if your customer, for example, they are the type that would like to use iPhone and you're a fashion designer, then you start to try and understand what's the difference between iPhone users and Android users, right? What kind of taste that they have? That's where you start to understand the customer segment. From customer segment, you talk about customer relations. You can do channels. You talk about customer relations, which is the top there, and then customer relations has to do with what your customers, where your customers, how you keep your customers, how you attract them, how you keep them, and how you grow your customers. Essentially, you'll see that channels would be how you reach your customers, and then from there you go to the other side of the board, or maybe before you go to the other side, you can talk about revenue streams. How do you make money from your customers, right? Then you finish the customer side of things. Then you go to the side that produces value to your customers. What are the key activities that you're meant to do to be able to provide the value? What are the key resources you need to be able to build the value? I mean, for you to be able to, to launch the activities. What are the partnerships that you need? Because you cannot build a business and you're going to be alpha and omega from beginning to the end. And then, how much does it cost you? Media, please, I want you to play the video. And then afterwards, we're going to build our own business model canvas. Don't worry, in a few minutes, you can build it in 10 minutes. Please play the video.
Is your company going to be organized? And what we now know is the most efficient way to think about all the pieces, just all the parts, is by a business model. And so the next question is, okay, Steve, you just told me to think about a business model, but what is a business model? What are all the pieces? Well, let's take a look. And a business model is how a company creates value for itself while delivering products or services for its customers. Now, if you think about it, in the old days, we'd think about how to organize a company around functional organizations. We think, no, a company is about its sales department or its engineering department, and you would draw an org chart. But now we're going to draw a very different diagram. We're going to draw a diagram of how to think about all the pieces of a business. And so let's take a look at these 9 boxes. 9 boxes to describe any company from the world's largest to a 2-person startup starting in your parents' garage. Let's take a look at the first piece called the value proposition. The value proposition answers the question, what are you building and for who? The value proposition says, hey, it's not about your idea or product, it's about solving a problem or a need for a customer. That is, what pain are you solving? What gain are you creating? And more importantly, who are your customers? Now, value proposition is a fancy word for what product or service are you building. This is where you normally would list all your features and here's all the speeds and feeds and benefits and whatever, but you're really going to be asking a different question than might have been used to. It's not all about your technology. Your technology is just part of the value proposition. Customers really don't care about your technology. The customers are trying to solve a problem or fulfill a need. By the way, we'll be talking about this through multiple lectures. The difference between a problem and a need is, a problem is, I have an accounting problem, or I want to use a word processor. And those types of products solve problems. But there are other things that human beings do, like I want to be entertained, or I want to have a date. Those are some basic hardwired social needs. Or I want to communicate with my friends, like Facebook or Twitter. Those are needs. Needs are different than problems. And by the way, if you could find products that solve needs, your total available market, as you'll see later, is huge compared to I solve specific problems. So the next thing is, who are my customers? Who are they and why would they buy? And as you'll hear a number of times, your customers do not exist to buy, you exist for them. And what you're going to do by getting out of the building is figuring out all their geographic, social characteristics, demographics, such that you actually could draw and put up a picture on your wall of who the archetype is or who the persona is of your customer. And it turns out that in most startups, you might have more than one or two or three types of customer archetypes and personas, but you need to understand them in detail. And there is no possible way you could have anything but a hypothesis on day one of who they are. The next is channels. How does your product over here get to your customers over here? And we use distribution channels to do that. Now, what's really interesting is pre-1990s, the only channels to get to a customer was a physical channel. That is, you went to a store, you had salespeople, there was physical distribution. But since the mid-1990s, in the last couple of decades, we now have virtual channels. The web, mobile, cloud. And so distribution channels, the first question you want to ask is, how will I be selling and how will I be distributing my products? Are they through physical channels, or are they web mobile? Or given today, almost every physical channel also has a web presence. What is the relationship of how your product gets from your company to the customers? Customer relationships is kind of the fourth piece. And customer relationships has a really interesting interaction with these other three pieces. It basically says, how do I get customers, how do I keep them, and how do I grow them? And just like thinking about distribution channels, these are very different for web mobile than they are for physical channels. But visually, they kind of look like this double-sided funnel. So let's just take a look at quickly a web example. In getting customers, you're going to be worrying about how do I acquire them? That is, how do I get them even to my website? How do I activate them? That is, how do I make them do something? And then later on, we'll see after I got them, how do I keep them around? That is, how do I not lose them through attrition and churn? And then what can I do once I have customers to make them spend more money or use my product even more? And so one of the things we'll be thinking about is, how do I get, keep, and grow customers? And just like every other step, you might have hypotheses on day one, but you're only going to figure this out when you're out of the building. The next thing is revenue streams. How do you actually make money from your product and service being sold to customer segments? You know, revenue streams basically ask the question, what value is the customer paying for? And it actually has you think about what's the strategy of how I'm going to capture that value. Is it I'm going to just have a direct sale and it's a transaction based on price? Is it a freemium model where I'm going to give away the product for free and hope that some portion convert later? Is it a license or subscription model? that revenue model is different than the pricing tactics. That is, what is the dollar or pound amount or euro amount that I'm going to be charging? Again, the only way to figure this out is being able to interact with tens or hundreds or thousands of customers till you finally understand what the right revenue stream and revenue model is. The next piece you want to think about is, what are the key resources? What do you need to make the business model work? What assets are important? And what's an example of an asset in a key resource? Well, finance. Do you need capital? Do you need a line of credit? Some assets and resources are physical. Do you need physical plant, like a manufacturing line? Do you need specialized machines? Do you need vans and for delivery? Do you need cars? Is there something else you need? Is there intellectual property you need? Is there patents you need to acquire or protect? Do you need to acquire customer lists? Or is it just that you need to get great people, great software programmers in a specific area, or great hardware designers, or great manufacturing people? And then finally, again, the interaction between intellectual and human capital that's another key resource. What specifically do you need to do to keep these people, and who are they? The next piece is, who are your key partners and suppliers? And partnerships are kind of interesting, is we need to ask ourselves, before what's the deal, is what exactly are we acquiring from partners? And also, what activities are they going to perform and when? And this is where startups sometimes make a mistake of thinking, well, large companies do partnerships, I guess I need those too on day one. Turns out the types of partnerships you need in year one are certainly not the ones you're going to need in year 3 or 5 or 10. And the types of partnerships could be strategic alliances, joint ventures, just regular suppliers and buyers. And so you need to be thinking through who they are and actually getting out of the building and testing them. Next are key activities. What's the most important things you need to do for the business to make the business model work? Are you in the production business? Are you making something? Or are you in the problem-solving business, like you're doing consulting or engineering? Or are you managing supply chains? What are the key activities you need to become expert at? And then finally, all this adds up on the left-hand side, over here, to cost. What are the costs and expenses to operate the business model? One of the interesting things about cost is it's not just the obvious ones, like people or buildings or materials. What you're really going to be asking are, what are the entire costs to operate our business model? And so you want to think about what are the most important costs you need to worry about? What are the most expensive resources you're going to need to pay for? And what key activities are the most expensive? And then you want to ask the typical accounting things, what are fixed costs? What are variable costs? Are there economies of scale? And you want to start getting a good handle on what it is that will end up costing you money to run your business.
Put up the one pager. Now is the time to build your own business model canvas. So bring out your sheet of paper and your pen, and let's attempt to build a business model canvas. So put up the one pager for them, please. The one pager. The pen, yeah. You can take it. Did I send you the link to, there's a tool online, for those of you that have your phones and you want to use your phone, there's a tool online that actually has like a form, you just fill it. I didn't send you the link. Strategizer. Media, do you have internet? If you have internet, please, can you go to Strategizer? And that is Strategizer with a Z. Strategizer.com. You can just Google Strategizer, business model canvas. You see Strategizer, business model canvas. You see Strategizer. You can put it up. Okay, let me send it. I can send it to President. I can send it to you and then you can put it on the group, right? If you have just paper and you have like a limited space, so you can start with the value proposition. Just make sure that you draw out these boxes. That's 9 in total. Make sure that you have space for each of them. And then start with your value proposition. Now, the other thing you can do is, so that you can enjoy it, is to just list it out. If you don't want to draw, you have a pen and paper, you can just list out, okay, so what is my value proposition? Write it out again. And then you can go to the next one. Who is my customer? Customer segment. Who are those that I sell to? Write that out. What are the channels that I used to sell to my customers? Write them down. The customer relationships. How do I find them? How do I keep them? How do I grow them? It's more like a strategy. What do I need to do? Do I need to call them on their birthdays? Do I need to, if I sew for school children, for students, do I need to start to remind them a month before they resume? How do I make money from them? Do I charge them? Or do they, will someone else pay me for that service? Are you directly charging them? And if you're charging them, I would say you can even also dive to more like what are the multiple ways you can make money from that customer? I think that's what you should focus on in the revenue streams. Do you only make money from collecting money for sewing clothes, or do you also sell materials, or do they call you to advise and then or do you sell, whatever it is that you do to make money from that customer? And then what are the key resources that I need, activities? I want us to do this for the next 10 minutes, or maybe 8 more minutes.